gonna be alright. All night, alright. It's with you. Why do you gotta? All night, alright. It's with slow. Give it up, gonna be alright.
Welcome to 2026, everybody. Me from the void here in my new room down in Canberra. Look, there's no background behind me, and that is because there is no photos yet from this season. But those photos we're going to get from these trial matches. It's been a long wait. It's been a very long wait. I think as far as off-seasons go, you know, we had a good little amount of international footy at the back end of the year. That's kind of helped stave things off a little bit, but there is so much expectation, at least from my perspective, coming into this season. I'm really, really excited about it, and that always just makes it feel that much longer. But boy, am I happy to be here. And you guys have come in droves. 20 people on YouTube and 4 on Twitch. That's good numbers. For a preseason trial, that is actually very, very good numbers. So thank you. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, so one thing I will say on the background, normally I have lights over the top as well. Those of you who are regular viewers would know. Have not had the chance to put them up yet. Literally, if I show you anywhere beyond this like frame of the camera, it is chaos around me, as is moving house. But I'm happy to be here. I'm very happy to be here. Is there anything more Canberra than being a Roosters fan? Yeah, very much so. I feel like a bit of a lone wolf down here, so to speak. Actually, once was walking to the shops in my Roosters like jacket, and this is back when Jack Whiten played for the Raiders. He stopped at the lights and like looked at me, and I didn't realize until right as he drove away that it was Jack Whiten. I was like, oh shit, I know who that guy is. But yeah, it's not a very, I guess, a friendly existence after 2019. Greatest background. I mean, it feels like I'm in a psych ward when I look around. Like normally I have posters and stuff as well as just my background. But yeah, that is something that we'll work on. Something that we'll work on for sure. So we got 12 minutes until kick off. I guess I can go through the teams now because although so 2 games today, we've got Dragons versus Knights after this one, which is Bulldogs versus Cowboys. This game's certainly the weaker of the two, but I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. It means we get to build up just a little bit. So here are the teams. I have not, I looked at them on Tuesday, but I have not learnt the names. So when I'm commentating this game, oh boy, it's going to be low quality. It's going to be such low quality. I'm just constantly going to be checking like, oh yeah, that's Tay Cochrane. I know him. For sure. I mean, yeah, I'm the Leaguie, of course. I'm supposed to know everyone. Definitely not. But, okay, to go through the Dogs team, in terms of players that we have seen before, I'll be honest, I do not recognize any names from that back line. I have heard, though, about Cooper Toy. Rugby League Guru is very big on him, and I would love for him to make first grade purely because of his name. We've had some brilliant names to make the NRL. I think Cooper Toy would be right up there with the best of them. Let's see if the Toy can play. Gordon Chan-Kum-Tong, obviously a bit of a cult hero from his Manly days, has made the move over to the Bulldogs. Getting a little bit older now. I think he might be 23 or 24. So this is a real make or break season for Chan-Kum-Tong. We'll see how he goes there at hooker, especially given that Reid Marnie has now departed the club. Bailey Hayward's probably going to be the 9, but there's that 14 spot that's open. He'll be looking for that, as well as Sam Hughes, who had a very good first season in the NRL. Last year, I think was maybe a little bit of a step down personally. I thought he'd continue to progress a bit, but still very solid. We'll absolutely be looking for a spot in that Doggy 17, particularly with Leo Thompson now at the club as well. Fletcher Baker, bit of an NRL journeyman, played for the Roosters and the Broncos, now at the Dogs, but a very, very solid forward. And Lipoi Hopoi, we saw him make his debut, I think it was a couple years ago, starting there at lock. As far as the bench goes, no names that I think we've seen in first grade. Onto the Cowboys. Robert Darby, obviously Papua New Guinean winger. He'll be looking for a spot in the Cowboys 17, but they have a lot of depth in the outside backs there. So very, very big game for him for sure, as well as Zach Laybutt, who I rate very, very highly, another PNG player. But they've got the likes of Tom Chester, who's apparently going to start in the centers. Purdue could start in the centers. They've got Viliami Vailea, who's very solid. So there might not be space for Laybutt. He'll have a point to prove in this one. Jackson Paolo, again, another bit of a journeyman player. But we'll see how he goes. Jackson Purdue and Jake Clifford, though, is how That's the pairing that I'm looking at in this game. Because Tom Dearden will obviously be one of the halves for the Cowboys, but Purdue and Clifford, in my opinion, are very much competing for that other spot. I have heard Purdue had a very good preseason, and his nose is just slightly ahead. But he is starting in the 6 with Clifford in the 7. I would think that Dearden will probably be 5/8 in round 1. So maybe the way that these teams be named, it looks like Clifford could be slightly on top, but I'm backing Purdue, and I'm looking forward to see how they go in this one. McKaylee captaining the side. He's been sort of on the fringes, I think, of that Cowboys team for a little while now. But in my opinion, their forwards, they really have a lot of guys who are all at very similar level to each other, and McKaylee is well and truly one of those. Harlem Lukey coming back from injury. Sorry, I should mention Harrison Edwards. Again, another one of those players. Sort of similar level to the others. Lukey is a very, very good back row, though. Spent almost all of last year injured. Might have even been actually all of last year. But when he was coming through, he was very much considered on par with Jeremiah Nene. Obviously, we've seen Nene have such a good career at the representative and club level. So we'll see what Lukey is able to do. But it is his first game back from an ACL, so maybe don't have too high expectations. Kyle Donald McIntyre, again, pretty much rinse and repeat what I said about McKaylee. Though McIntyre, I do actually think is a very, very good forward. Stands out a bit. Caden Lars, I said, was in my breakout players video. I said he's one definitely to watch because a lot of the other guys that he's competing with are a bit older, but he's very young. Son of Tom Leroy Lars. He used to play for the Raiders. Wiramu Greg. Wiramu Greg, the GOAT. I love him. I'm really looking forward to seeing him today. But aside from that, I think that is pretty much it. Oh, that was fun. That was fun to do. Lukey's back. Let's go. C-Fans is a very, very happy boy. Of course, he's a very, very happy boy. Cowboys fan, obviously. Dean, I completely missed this. I don't know why the sound didn't come through on my headphones, but he's donated a whopping $15. A whopping $15. Thank you so much. That's a great way to start the season. Dean is, for those of you who are new here, because it looks like there might be a few of you with 31 of you. He always donates. He's pretty much the one who does. So he's solely funding me. Yes, Ollie, Midnight Swim. That's the song you're hearing. It is still meant to be playing. It is. I will be getting other music up there. Don't worry. It's just sort of for the start. It's just for the start. Yeah, and we'll get to the other game later. I'll go through the teams, but as I say, game 2 today is the one that I'm particularly excited about. They seem to have taken it, I don't know if taking it more seriously is the way to go. I mean, there's still questions to answer for these sides, and they've named teams that reflect that. But I think the Dragons and the Knights are both named stronger sides than these two have. So, but how are you all doing? How are you all doing? It's been a long off season. A lot of you would have watched my gaming streams over the course of the break, which were a lot of fun. But I'll tell you what, I'm happy to get back to this. This is my bread and butter. I feel like I'm more comfortable in this position, not trying to game while talking. I can just sort of chat to you guys. It's a bit more conversational and watch while I'm at it. So, will you be live streaming it? I can't show the game. First time in 2026 I've had to explain that I can't show the game. No, I am not part of the $1 billion broadcast deal. But I will be watching along, hence why it's called a watch along. I'll be talking about it, and we'll all be reacting to it together. So it should be good. I'm a bit rusty. There's a few little details in the stream that, like, just before I was like, oh, I've got to set that up. I'm actually setting up still another thing now. But it's okay. It's okay. It will come back. It will come back. Only took 9 minutes for it. I can't show the game. To be honest, I think that's probably like that might be even a little bit more than I would have expected. Particularly from over on Twitch. But no, that's all right. That's all right. I've got a playlist. Sorry, I'm looking through my Spotify because I've got a playlist called Stream Songs, and I cannot find it. Cannot find it at all. Where the hell has it gone? That is what you're supposed to be hearing right now. Sleep songs. No. Okay. I'll find it. I'll find it. Why Shields now for mods? I don't know. YouTube did it. YouTube did it. On this screen, though, like that side there, it's still wrenches. But no, YouTube changed it. Quito says, can you read me, please? No. No, I cannot, unfortunately. Hang on. I'm going to put the old music back on. Because at least you guys can listen to something in the meantime. Oh, I found it. That's okay. As soon as I put it back on, I find it. But yes, so things in the stream might look a little bit different from the international ones that we had at the back end of the year. Added some new little details towards the back end of last year. So hopefully those all go okay. Okay, I think, yeah, that music's playing. Cool. Nice. I think we're good to go. This is exciting. This is very, very exciting. It's been a long off season. It's been a very long off season. Oh, we've only got 4 minutes. I'm watching the Fox broadcast, and like they've not shown anything really yet. New details to Smart Guy. I might have oversold it. Not really like new stuff. Just stuff that was a bit new towards the back end of last year. One thing I will say. Oh, Dean's donated again. He's donated again. This is outrageous. Here's more money for the source of NRL news I didn't ask for. Cheers. I mean, we've set the bar very, very high. We're 13 minutes in. Dean has already donated. How much is it? It's an outrageous amount of money. Let's put it that way. An absolutely outrageous amount of money. $23. I mean, how many times can I say thank you to you, dude? I feel the need to reinvent the answer every time. Okay, we've actually got footage from inside the changing rooms, and normally, as you guys know, I'm not that happy to see that, but I am today. I very much am today. We will also have a clock on the screen so that you guys have a vague idea of actually where I am in the game, provided I can remember how to set that up. It was a bit of an ordeal. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll be sorted. So this is a doubleheader played at Cogra. It was nice to see Kieran Foran on the Fox broadcast team. Obviously, you know, recently retired player, but universally beloved. So very, very good to see that. I mean, I've always really rated his takes as well. And I think that he's very good at articulating them, which a lot of other, I won't name names, but a lot of other guys are not. So... okay. Reckless Ollie says, now I've got changing rooms. Yeah, so I will tell you guys exactly when the game kicks off so you can sync up with me. See, Phantom, that is a very good point. That is a very good point. I apologize. I always ignore the name of the Twitch stream. Nrl Trials Watchalong. That would explain why people haven't been flooding in for Twitch. Saying, are you showing the game? Because I'm not actually on the right category. Twitch. I love that. All right, they're walking out. They're walking out. Only took about 92 messages. I apologize. I apologize. There's a lot for me to do at the start of the streams. There's a lot to do. So... I wasn't really reading. Leaguie, do you have hummus on standby? Unfortunately, no. I got one opportunity to go to the supermarket yesterday. Did not get hummus. Was busy getting, you know, like more normal food. But the hummus will come. The hummus will come. Is Leaguie playing? Now that's a Leaguie Games reference. As the Cowboys run out onto the field, there is absolutely nobody there. Nobody. Although to be fair, like, it's a trial, you know. And the Dragons will be playing later, so more people will come in. Leaguie, is this a different room? It is a different room. Yes, there will be a background again. But yeah, see this like glow behind me? Like, it was not fun to set up the TV behind. Like, it's yeah. We'll just leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Mini Egg says, Leaguie, are you gonna watch the new Mario movie? I haven't actually watched the old one. I haven't watched the old one, which is amazing. But I will, because I do like them. The Mario movies. Well, the Mario characters. All right. Let's see if I have remembered correctly how to actually set up the timer for this. Can I get this on free-to-air TV? I believe you can. All right. There's the kickoff. Oh, that feels so good to say. I haven't said that in so long. Cowboys take the first run. Wow, that Bulldogs jersey is very, very blue from the back. I actually like that a lot. That looks very, very good. Winston bought tickets, but his car broken down. No, what an awful start to the year. Poor guy. I do love a bit of Winston. That's tragic. Anyway, so on the third, they're up just beyond the 30 there. Right here, I believe that's McIntyre. He's got the buzz cut, which he hasn't had in previous seasons. It's actually sort of got normally long Viking hair. But anyway. It's game on in 2026, says Hunter. Yes, it is. Smart guy, I believe I've forgotten how to set up the clock. I've remembered the command prompt bit. Cannot run the timer code. Oh, wait. Unless it's this one. Oh, never mind. I think I've got it. Yeah, I've got it. It's all good. Timer will be up in a second. Rugby League is back. How good is 2026? It's awesome. It's awesome. It's so good to be back. Okay, so Cooper Toy's in the number 2 then. That is one I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Courtesy of the great Rugby League guru. There've been a bunch of people messaging me sort of in the last week saying like, oh, who should I look out for in the trials? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't watch reserve grade. He does. Ask Guru. All right. We've got a kick there from the Dogs. Yeah, it was as Andrew Voss says, a lot of pressure. I'm curious to see sort of how the likes of, I mean, Jackson Paulo, the man with the ball, how they go against these reserve grade players and a lot of the younger players. Often we tend to see a bit of a disparity in quality in sort of men versus boys kind of thing. But we'll see. It's the opportunity for a lot of these young guys to really stake their claim. So it's very, very good to see. Hello, Leaguie. How are you doing today? I have had a pretty crazy day, but no, I'm good. I'm good. All right, Cowboys marching up the field here. Ball was not played properly there, yeah. I think McKaylee there is paying for a bit of a penalty, but no, it was just a bit of a sideways play. The ball wasn't proper at all. Are they going to challenge? They're going to challenge 2.5 minutes in. That's absolutely outrageous. And I get to do the first animation. Oh, the animation's not working. Why is the animation not working? Smart guy, your animation thing isn't working. Could you take a look, please, sir? Yeah, I think it's Chen Kum Tong does have a leg in the ruck. Goes up. Oh, but there it does. Yeah, it doesn't make contact with the ball initially, but then afterwards. Yeah, ruck interference. Good challenge. Tom McKaylee. 2.5 minutes into his captaining career. That's absolutely outrageous. That's so good. He donates another $3 that says, challenge this, Bulldogs. Well, it was the Cowboys challenging that, and they won it. So I think that they're happy to do it. I think they're very happy to do it. That's a fair challenge. No bias. Well, from a Cowboys perspective, from you, sir. Would take that with a fair hint of bias. Thinking you're high, it works. I'm trying it. Yeah. It ain't working for me. Maybe we'll have to go today without it. I don't know. All right, so Cowboys with a great attacking opportunity here to start the game. Lukey's taking the run there, and he's definitely one that I'm watching in this, for sure. I think he's probably the highest quality player on the field, if memory serves. That's good defense, though, for the Dogs. They're pushing them backwards. Sab Hughes, good tackle. Out of dummy half there. That's the fullback stepping around. Not quite as silky as Scott Drinkwater, but, you know, that's all right. That'll happen. That'll happen. I need to get the list of names. I'm drowning here. All right, Clifford with a kick in behind there. Well weighted. I mean, it didn't really go into the in goal. That's what he would have wanted, and Dogs survived. But it was decent. I think, though, on the last, as far as it goes, like that, the rest of the Cowboys fans didn't really respond to that. I've seen better. George says, I'm excited to watch the All-Stars match. Yeah, it's a real step up from last year. But I mean, I made a post on Instagram and TikTok about it. We still got a very long way to go. Egg says, I'm just happy there's no Matt Lodge today. Well, given that he might not even be able to go to Vegas. Oh, the Dogs had an opportunity. The Dogs had an opportunity there on the left-hand side. They had an overlap of 2 players. I'll finish what I was saying about Lodge. He might not even be going to America, so maybe not much point in trialing him. But geez, that's a poor handling error there from the Canterbury-Bankstown Bulldogs. Travis Tuma favors trainer there with the young doggies. Should we call them the puppies? That feels a bit demeaning. Feels a bit good boy to call them the puppies. But yeah, that's a poor knockout. I think it's Sasaya Alatini. Thought he got cleared. I'm not actually across like the latest news of it. I just knew that there might be a problem with it. Hello, Will. Good to see you. All right, so the Cowboys have already had one very good attacking opportunity so far in this game. This is very much the other. I'm just going to move the microphone. Give me a sec. There we go. Nice one. All right, they've got good shape there. It was Jackson Purdue. Not Jackson Purdue. Zach Labert, who was through. Had a winger outside him, but couldn't find him. Unfortunately, for the Cowboys' perspective, Harrison Edwards there with a run. Looking at the sides, I definitely think Cowboys are stronger, and the start of this game has certainly reflected that in terms of field position. Clifford, short ball. Now Leaguie, straight through. He's over, and he's got there. He's over, and he's got there. I did say I think he's the highest quality player on this field, and it's the Cowboys who strike first.
He's who they need. He's who they need. Put him in the circus. Put him somewhere. He's too good for this game.
That's probably a bit overs. That's probably a little bit overs for me. But, you know, it's happy times. It's happy times. The start of 2026, of course. You excited for F1 to start again? Absolutely, I am. Absolutely. Yeah, normally I now have an animation that comes up. It says try, and then I change the score underneath that animation, and it looks super professional. But I just need to do that because the animation's not working. Let me try and refresh it. Now that we've actually got a break and play. Oh, now it works. Now it works. Okay. We're good. We're good. My bad, smart guy. I have Leaguie in my fantasy team for this season, and I always do like a set and forget. He's very, very cheap, only 300k. I think he could be in for a very, very big year. A very, very big year. I'm super excited about him. Super excited. Clifford with the kick. It's pretty much, well, it's not from right in front. It's a little bit to the side, but still easy enough for a guy of his quality, and it's Cowboys 6 points to 0. So, you know, as always with the preseason challenge, different teams take it seriously to different extents. There's 100k on the line. The Cowboys, I think, will probably win this one, and I think it will be by a little bit of a margin. So they'll be in a very strong position, given that the Dogs have not named a particularly strong side. That said, that will age terribly if the Dogs come out. It's not even really a comeback. They're only 6 points down. But mount a good stand here, let's say. Boo God says, we're just making the game entertaining. Well, I disagree. I absolutely disagree. What I will say, though, so we had little sounds that play for tries for each club. We set those up at the end of last year. I don't have a Cowboys one, but I do have a Bulldogs one. So when the Bulldogs score, it's actually going to be better for the stream. So maybe, you know, if you work it out that way, should be going for the Bulldogs, personally. Nrl Vince, that'd be a lot of effort to make an annual video about one club. Not really much happened to the new... I mean, I feel like I spoke about what happened to the Knights. But yeah. Leaguie, now we're getting 2 new teams. Should we bring back a National Reserves comp to blood more talent? I'd need to look at the business case for it. But I personally don't have an issue with the way that it is. I don't think it's a problem that needs to be fixed. And I'm skeptical as to how many people would watch a National Reserve grade comp, personally. Knock on there from Sam McIntyre. That jersey there from the Cowboys. Is it just me? I think I've seen some people like it. I'm really not a fan at all. I just think that the blocks of color, it looks like a construction site. To me, I don't think it's very Cowboys. And the gray, it's just kind of bland, nothing. There's no colors that really pop out. The yellow a little bit, but then there's not enough of the yellow. Who scored? Halam Luki from the Cowboys. So the Dogs were the first decent field position they have had all game. I hate to keep mentioning Chen Kum Tong, but have a watch in this set, him at dummy half. I'm looking forward to seeing if he's dynamic at all, if he runs much, because that is, I think, a strength of his. And there was a while, a couple of years ago where he was viewed very much as Samoa's next hooker. Now that's Benaya Yoelu. But he'll really have a point to prove in this game, I think. What's the worst jersey in the comp for 2026? I'm not really a jersey guy. I see when you ask me to picture the jerseys, I sort of struggle a bit. I don't really like the Canberra away jersey, but they weren't allowed to change that because of the 2-year rule. All right, on the fourth, Chan Kum Tong out of dummy half. That was solid service. Short ball. It was a 6 again. Knock on though. The ball's come free. Okay, so right on a 6 again. The Dogs knock it on. I think I just heard the word challenge. Is that, yes, Blake Green in the coach's box. I thought he was at Newcastle. We've got another challenge now from the Doggies. Smart guy, that's great. Yeah, the Broncos jersey is very cool. The Broncos jersey is very, very cool. So Liam Sutton is the one that they're looking at here. Yeah, it is tackled before the ball reaches the Bulldogs player. Yeah, fair enough. So, in the first 10 minutes, we've had 2 successful challenges. What's the name of the referee? I always forget this dude's name. Liam Kennedy. Liam Kennedy, rough start to the season for you, my guy. Unfortunately. Rough start to the season. Not gonna lie, Raiders away is an abomination. It's currently $50, and I'd rather pay $150 for the home shirt. Agree. The lime green is unique enough that I feel that for the away, they should just go with a variation of the lime green. Like a different style of green, maybe, but still fundamentally green. If Souths get to do it, why don't the Raiders? All right. So Dogs will have a full set here on the Cowboys line. On the second, Chan Kum Tong goes himself. He's close, but he won't get over. Have you ever been recognized in public? I have now, actually, quite a few times. All right. 6 again. Ding, ding. Oh, that's just hearing that 10 meters. Man, that's nostalgia. It's been months. All right, Chan Kum Tong gives it across now to find Hot Boy. I'm constantly going to be looking at a list of names. All right. Oh, that was beautiful, beautiful play there from Conti. I'm surprised Mitch Woods didn't get a go in this game. I would have thought this would have been right for him. But anyway, Conti's looked very, very good. And they have to stop that attack there. It was going very, very well. But I think it was Logan Spinks, the back rower, overran that. And the fullback of Cochrane had to stop. All right, Conti kicks again. Gets the ball. Is that 6 more? It is 6 more. Played at by the Cowboys. This Conti halfback, Alex Conti from the Dogs, he is everywhere in this game so far. Loving it from him. Are they using the new kickoff rules in the pre-comp? No, they have not approved the new kickoff rules. Now Sam Hughes hitting it up. Just to settle up. The Cowboys are holding up really, really well here. Dogs moving the ball from side to side, but the Russian defense has been very good. The slides. That's way over the top, though. The vision was there. The vision was there. It was Luke Keary to Daniel Tupou, 2018 Grand Final. But Cochrane overcooked the pass just a little bit. And that's a great defensive test pass there by the Cowboys early on. A lot of these players are not used to playing with each other, not used to defending next to each other, but they held up their set after set. Stephen Crichton wasn't happy about that one. Might be better than Mitch Woods. Well, we've had 12 minutes of this game. Chill. But, Woods is injured. Okay. Oh, right. I think I did hear that, actually. Yeah, that changes it then. That changes it. At the Leaguie, I bet you only know 2 Oasis songs. It's true. I only know 2 Oasis songs. Let It Be and Hey Jude. Unfortunately. I wish I knew more. I'm going to have another go at setting up the timer. Because the screen looks empty without it. All right, very good set there. That was a 65-meter gain, as says on the Fox broadcast. From the Cowboys, Ball went up in the air. I think it was Derby was close to catching that. Was that knock on from him, though? I think it is. Yes, so Dogs will get this 10 meters out. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I like that set. They really marched upfield, got to their kick at the end, made it a 50-50 chance. Probably would have weighted that ball a bit closer to the try line. They would have wanted. As the ball does come free here from the Dogs, they knock on the very, very first. I think he's got a problem here. In fact, there's two of them that are now down. It's McIntyre and I think Sebastian Sewer. Jonathan Sewer. Sebastian Sewer must be someone else. Yeah, I mean, Krug's blaming the pass. I think Sewer wasn't really looking at the ball. The pass didn't do any favors, but I think still probably he didn't do himself any favors himself. Either way, though, it will be Cowboys' ball. Did you say Sewer? Discord Sewer? Different Sewer, brother. Different Sewer. Okay, I think I might have fixed what was wrong with the timer. And we'll be back to go. Look, it's preseason, okay? I get to have a preseason as well. I get to blow out the cobwebs myself. Are there sin bins? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are sin bins in preseason challenge. Cowboys here on the second. Oh, nice little play there from the number 9. They're looking very good here, though. On the 4th now. Okay, so it's Liam Sutton in at dummy half. Gives it across to the right-hand side to find Purdue. Digs into the line nicely, but probably should have gone deep with the pass instead of short there. I think if it had his time over. Anyway, one more to go here. It's Karras get it dummy half. Again, they go to the left. Purdue will get it to the fullback there, but it was not great work. Oh, we've got a fullback away here. Cochrane breaks a couple of tackles. Ball comes free again, but it's all backwards. And that's a great tackle there from Mason Barber. We haven't had any great fullbacks in the NRL called Barber, from memory. That is a joke. Bulldogs fans, do not fight me, please. Keto, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Do you think my mom's lasagna is good, says RS Show? I've had better. I have had better, to tell you the truth. Vossi's commentary ain't got nothing on the Leaguies. I mean, I'm not really commentating. I love Vossi. I don't know if it's an unpopular opinion, but he's my favorite commentator, like, by far. By far. All right, so we've got a run here around the back from Jackson Paulo. Where do you guys view him? I'll throw this one to the audience because he played a grand final for South Sydney. I thought he was one of the better up-and-coming wingers in the game. Though he didn't really have the attributes, he just found himself in the good positions at the right time, which Alex Johnson, for instance, has built a career out of doing. There's an absolute art to that. Went to the Roosters. I thought he'd really cement that wing spot. Had a great start, but then was dropped. Bit of time at Manly and now up in Townsville. He's played a bit of halfback in Queensland Cup. As I'm talking about one winger, that's a tremendous play for the other. Robert Derby, it's an early kick on the 4th. That was magnificent work. And it's the PNG International Robert Derby who runs past all of them. In fact, you know what? I'm going to say breezes past all of them. That was brilliant work. I really rate Derby pretty highly. I rate him highly. I'd have him on the wing. I think he's got some rough edges to his game, no doubt about it. But when you could do something like that, a lovely little set play, and yeah, unfortunately, that's poor from Jonathan Sewer. He's the man who knocked on earlier. Got turned around. It's always, you know, tough to beat your opposite man when you are turning around and running backwards, but still, that might have been something you should have been a bit more aware of. I'm going to be saying this, and then I'm going to play outside back to the charity match, and I'm going to get absolutely roasted for it. Whoa. Hold the phone. Hold up. Mario has donated $30? That, I think I've had a 50 before, but I think only once. I think that might be the second highest donation I've ever got. Thank you, Mario. That's unreal. Thank you so much. That's, yeah, wow. I didn't even know what to say. Appreciate you, bro. Glad you enjoy the content. Thank you for being here. He says, how do you reckon Para will do this year? Well, I feel the need to inflate my prediction now. race for the 8. But I really feel like I need to see how Peasant and Moses go together. I feel that they're very similar. Will it free up Moses, or will it potentially be a case of Peasant getting in the way a bit as Clifford sprays that to the right? I'm yet to... Obviously, we're yet to see. And I'm yet to be convinced that Peasant's the right man for that spot. But they finished the season very well last year. It was a good run of form. Lomax, that distraction is still there, but at least he's not in the four walls anymore. So there's reasons to be excited. Absolutely reasons to be excited. Leaguie eating well tonight. I am. I really, really am. Leaguie, watch out for Dogs 13 Lip Boy Hot Boy, says NRL Head. Yeah, I mentioned him pre-game. Obviously made his NRL debut. I think it was 2 years ago. Maybe it was last year. But is a player who's very much NRL caliber. So, when's the charity match? 22nd of February. Miss Ducko, thank you for the follow on Twitch, as well as I think it was Mort earlier who gifted a sub. Thank you very much, Mort. I appreciate you doing that, bro. I missed that earlier. The sounds that are supposed to be coming through on my earbuds are not coming through. But anyway. Would these be fire prelims for this year? Para v Penrith, Raiders v Broncos. This is iconic. I don't think Para being in a prelim is something I'd tip. But would love to see the Raiders there. They've got the second longest premiership drought in the comp. Obviously, Para have the longest. I would love to see Para there as well, but I think Raiders may be a bit of a better chance. Gotta have the Roosters in there, though, surely. Kick there for the Cowboys. Again, it's another poor handling error from the Bulldogs, and they've got another try here. This is through Zach Laybutt. It's a Cowboys avalanche here, and the Dogs cannot hold the ball. They absolutely cannot hold the ball. It's been a nightmare in terms of basic handling errors. And granted, there was a contest for that ball, but you got to be taking that. You got to be taking that. Was it the fullback there, T. Cochrane? I think it probably was. Smart Guy says, you're a filthy scammer? What? What did I do? Well, my broadcast is frozen. NRL Vince says physically cringed when he said you got to have the Roosters there. Wow, the Roosters fan wants the Roosters there. Shocking. I don't know if it's... No, I think it is just my internet. My broadcast just froze. I'm glad, the stream health is still good. But I'm currently not watching the game. So, setting it back up. It does it sometimes. There we go. I got it. So, 14-0. And it is still very early in the game. We've still got over 20 minutes left to go in this first half. I doubt that they'll continue dominating at this rate. But it's what I said about the men versus boys thing and the players that are NRL caliber and those who are just underneath it. North Queensland just named way more of those guys, and I think it's really, really showing in terms of dominating the momentum of this game so far. So, Richard says, why do I have a subscriber badge? I'm much too broke for this. It was Maud who gifted you a subscription. Subscription, that's it. So, thank you, Maud. All right. Clifford with the kick. Again, another pretty easy one for him, particularly for a right-footed kicker. He hits it. He's got it. It's not quite, he's got the field goal, he's got the premiership, as Cowboys fans would know, but he's got the conversion and he's got them winning in the preseason challenge. I'll tell you what, at the end of this game, Cowboys fan, take a screenshot of the ladder because it's probably the only one you're ever going to lead all year long. Zidane says to confirm the simulation you did with the Cowboys top 4 after this match. You know what? It's actually a good shout. It's actually a very, very good shout. As we see the Newcastle Knights there. Getting ready for this game. We're talking to some of the Dragons players. That's nice. And then Josh Curran's there. It's nice to see them all hanging out with one another. I'm excited about the Knights this year. I'll talk about them in the next game. Got to focus on this one first. Sea Phantom, no. Cowboys have not won preseason challenge. I think it's Manly and the Broncos are the two sides that have won it. We've only had it for 3 years, I'm pretty sure. So, I think it was Broncos twice and Manly once, from memory. Thoughts on Hull KRV Brizzy? I don't know if I will stream. I actually don't know what time it will be played at. But I'll try to. Certainly. Almost certainly will stream. But... yeah, I think Broncos should win. I hope they don't. I'm really going to be going for Hull KR. Like, really, really, really will. But I think it will be Broncos. So, all right, good catch there from Suwa. Jeez, I thought the ball came free again there, but it didn't. Just white boots flying everywhere. So that's what the Bulldogs have to be focusing on. The handling errors have caused them to be on the back foot in terms of field position all game long. It's simple and they'll know this, but get through the sets. Once they did have field position down the other end, they looked good. Conti, as I was saying, looked brilliant, looked very, very lively, but they've just got to focus on the actual fundamentals, which they haven't quite got right so far. Keto, I'm not ignoring you. I just don't know what you... Oh, KO's lagging. Can you tell KO to be better? You want me to send a DM to KO and be like, be better? Is that what you're after? Because I'm well known. Can you have your head for a bet? I'm not sure what you mean by that. But in terms... I'm going to get back to the game because in terms of field position, first tackle on the halfway line. And this is after points. This is after points. So they are just really going through their work here. Going through the motions, the Cowboys. Looking great. Looking very, very good so far in this game. Karras get dummy half. Gives it across. I'm getting all of these bald Cowboys forwards confused. But that was Wiramu Greg, my GOAT. Who apparently has had a great start to the preseason. Derby with it. Will he go back inside? He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. He's got that down. I'm confident he's got that down. And Liam Kennedy agrees. The Cowboys are going from strength to strength. It's 20 points to 0. We had Woobu God Dogsan in the chat earlier saying we're just making the game interesting. You're still just making the game interesting. That was brilliant. I'm going to play a soundbite for that. Let's go with this one.
You can take me now. I have seen it all.
And yes, I know that was from a moment where the Rabbitohs scored against the Roosters. I'm aware. It's okay. Calm down. That was beautiful, though. The hold-up play there from the fullback, I think it was Mason Barber. Oh, no, it might have been Liam Sutton, the centre. It was. Put down was a little bit suspect, but I'm confident he's got it. Yeah, he's got it. Yeah, no, it was the centre. Forgive me, Liam Sutton. Held it up very, very well. I thought Derby might try and pass back towards him here, but just holds it, and then... I mean, it was still a 2-on-1. Derby's done very, very well to get it down. But it just afforded him a couple more meters to play with. A couple more meters. So that was good stuff. Is that a commentary catchphrase? Well, it was said once. Damn, I thought I fixed... Oh, yes, the timer. Wait. Okay, but it's there. It's showing the wrong time. But it's there. That's an improvement. Okay, wait. I think I can fix it. I think I can fix it, chat. I think we're actually going to have the clock. To confirm, it is not the 56th minute. If the timer doesn't fix itself, I will remove it. All right, kick here from Clifford. Oh, that's beautiful. I love kicks like that. I love them when they start one way and bend back the other, sort of inside of the boot. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. There is an absolute art to goal kicking, and that was tapestry, as far as I'm concerned. Is your thing delayed? My stream that I'm watching might be. I don't know where it is relative to you, but by the time it then goes through my streaming software to YouTube to your screen, yeah, there's a delay. So if you want to sync up with me, you got to pause, wait a few seconds. That's a great run there from Greg, up to the 20. It's a make or break season for him. You know, it's a guy who, back in his Parramatta days, had bags of potential. He was playing in the All-Stars game for the New Zealand Māori. Been in the wilderness for a while. You know, not quite broken into the NRL level, but in my opinion, the Cowboys have one of the weakest forward packs in the competition. I will stand by that. So there's as good a chance as any for him to break into it. Okay, if the timer is figuring itself out... Oh, yeah, no. Unfortunately, I think it's stuck on 56. The ball has just been tackled into touch. Is it Cowboys ball? I think it's Cowboys ball. Sorry, I was focused on the timer. Nice kick there from Purdue. It was angled very, very nicely towards the sideline just to make it awkward. You never know really where to play at it. I don't think Purdue went out. Did he? No, okay, it's Bulldogs ball. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't think Purdue went out. I did just get one look at it, and I could be completely wrong. Perhaps I am blind. We can't rule out that I do not have ball knowledge. It's a distinct possibility. All right, 15 minutes to go in this first half. I will try and have another go at the timer between the two games. Leaguie, have you seen that clip where two blokes get punted from a bar? Blokes in a bar? That is a concept I'm not very familiar with. The other one throws a chair at the bouncer and hits his mate in the head. I have actually seen that. The dog's attack feels like that self-injury. Yeah, it is a bit. And there's another knock-on from him. So this is just... It's funny. I actually think from a coach's perspective, from the Cowboys, this isn't what they'd want. This has just been easy street. Easy running all game long. The other team have just been giving it to them. Forward pass it was on a knock-on. They're getting through attacking work, but, you know, you want to get through defense as well. Oh, Adam O'Brien's at the Dogs? Did I know that? I forget things. Leaguie, I lost so much respect for you when I learned you're a South fan. Well, boy, oh boy, have I got news for you, brother. Have I got news for you. You should go to the Queen Bean game. I am going to the Queen Bean game with Clarkey from Clarkey's Rugby League column. This trial's at Cogra, DJ, in Sydney. Dragons home ground. Excuse me. Clifford, oh, that was nice decision from him. He looked very, very deep and then went short ball instead to find... oh, he has 26 on his back. To find Asatasi James. I had to scroll down a long way to find that name. Karras gives it across to find Jake Clifford. Oh, that's close to the line. It's very close to the line, actually, but Kai O'Donnell... I mean, he's claiming it in the end. It's given. What the hell? Did they just give up eventually? He was so clearly short. I need to have another look at this. That is actually diabolical defense. If this is ruled a non-complete tackle, which actually I don't think it can be overturned because I think that's something that's in the opinion of the referee. It was a short ball there from Clifford, risky on the last, but at this point, no way should he be getting over. Absolutely no way. There's 4 players on him. He does. No, that's a try. But jeez, that is terrible. That's really, really poor defense from the Bulldogs. They had so many guys around him, and they end up tackling one another. Try confirmed. Yeah, wow. How the hell has he done that? I think I'm gonna play the soundbite. Where's the one I'm looking for? This one.
That's not a try, that's a miracle!
Is that too loud? It's probably a bit too loud. But it is a miracle. He had 4 players around him. How on earth is the back rower, Kai O'Donnell, spun out of that? Anyway, it's good to see from a Cowboys perspective, 26-year-old Kai O'Donnell. But it's like I said, you know, you want a bit of a tougher test in a trial, and that's not what they're getting at all. They are the puppies. Yeah, well, I feel a bit more comfortable saying that now. All right, Clifford with a kick. Someone is yelling lolly legs. I mean, I don't think it's going to matter at this point. He hits it. Converted. 28 points to 0. They are keeping pace with the clock. I mean, there's 12 minutes left in the first half. 2 converted tries is not beyond them. They could lead 40-0 at the break. Like, that's distinctly possible. Then again, they will likely take a lot of their NRL established guys off the field in the second half of this game. That is normally what we see from sides during the trial. So that's crazy work. My Bulldog soundbite is just not getting a workout whatsoever. It hasn't had an opportunity. Another very solid run, and that's Caden Lars, the man who, as far as Cowboys forwards go, I'm very much looking to him. I think this could be a big season for him. A season where he definitely establishes himself as a first-grade player. In my opinion. That's just me. And another 6 again. So they're... I mean, I mentioned earlier with the Bulldogs, when it comes to fundamentals, they're really not getting it right. And it's just continuing. Granted, like, you know, the handling errors have got a bit better, but very, very simple things they are struggling to do. This is simply the gap between a team with NRL experience and one without. Yeah, it's as I've said. I think that's definitely true. All right, so Clifford with a run there. Don't mind that from him. You know, keeping things a bit fresh. Get a bit of variety in there. On the 4th, though, Purgey with the ball. Oh, wraps underneath. It was Mason Kira. No, it wasn't. It was it's Asatasi James. I see the 6, and I think it's number 16. Anyway, good catch there for Jonathan Sewer. He's done well. That's a couple of catches now where he's done well. I'll give it to him. Not like that. Pause. I won't give it to him. I will give him credit, is what I should have said. After Milk says rugby league, and I could not have said it better myself. Could not have said it better myself. Absolutely, wholeheartedly agree with you, sir. Look at that post-contact meter stat. I mean, granted, I imagine the possession numbers would be crazy. Let me look at the Fox Sports possession stats here. Yeah, 66% Cowboys. But that's going to help, though. That's going to help. Knock on there from Jackson Paulo. It was a pretty simple one. Cronk isn't certain. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's intended to play at it. But we've seen that ruled knock on many, many a time. And I think it's probably the correct decision. So, I don't know about Liam Kennedy's moustache. I don't know. Like, normally I'm not critical of referees. But in an era where everyone's talking about, like, you know, lists of pedos, to have a pedo stash, I think, maybe not the way I'd go. Maybe not the way I'd go. It does look like you know, it's the old 70s, let's say, adult moustache. That's the style that is gone with. And I'm not sure I'm a fan. Was that? Either that was a knock on. No, it's ruled play on. That was lightning hands there from the Bulldogs. So with the ball. Now a run there from the 5/8. Not bad from Joseph Talpa. Jonathan Silver's got space. Actually, no. Okay, Derby's covered it now. There was space on the wing there for a moment. Richard says, are you rage baiting? No. Liam Kennedy looks like Tom Starling. Maybe it's Tom Starling's like older brother. All right, on the last here, Tiapa kicks himself. It's weighted well into the in goal, but that's very, very good from Mason Barber, to escape the in goal and actually, you know, did it quite comfortably. Got about 5 meters out. The number 19 for Dogs, yeah, it's Jack Underhill. I think I mentioned him in the rewind. He's just got the most absolutely ungodly haircut. It's despicable, outrageous, unconstitutional. As far as I'm concerned. But then again, it might also be the most Australian thing I've ever seen, so I don't know what to believe. I really don't know what to think about it, but it is geometric. And that's, I think, the only way I can really describe it. Why does Leaguie respond to my chats when I'm talking to other chatters, but not when I'm talking to him? I don't know. That dude is weird. He just looks at chats and then reads them out. So there's not really much method to the madness. He's good, Underhill, is he? I've never seen him play. Oh, that's nice stepping there. Wow, up over halfway. Cochrane, very, very nice. So, okay, field position-wise, Bulldogs get a win. Lovely upload there from Tapper. Back to fine Cochrane. Goes again, but absolutely leveled there. That is a brilliant tackle from Zach Herdigan. I think his sister played for the NRLW Roosters last year. Oh, that's just a different Herdigan. What is this scoreline? I mean, it's the NRL players... Well, partly NRL players against non-NRL players, really. Woo says I was meant to go to this game. Well, I bet you're glad that you didn't in the end. All right, nice run there. Oh, it is 6 again. It is 6 again. I was going to compliment Zion Mayu'u for the run. It was good. This is the best attacking chance that Canterbury have had all game long. Let's see what they can do with this set. I complimented Alex Conti beforehand. How does he measure and manage this attacking set? He's got the ball there. Short ball. I like that for Jones. That's a hell of a first aim. Alec Olasimi Jones. Underhill, that's nice ball playing. No, it's not. It's forward. It's forward. When does the 6-player bench rule start? Round 1. But in the preseason challenge, you can name an extended bench anyway. So the rule hasn't changed from preseason. I think it might be unlimited interchange as well in preseason. But yeah, it will be round 1 this year. He used to play for the Warriors. Yeah, I know the name. I've heard the name. Here we go. Mini Egg. So this is Egg Council Creeper's son. Says, Yoshi's being mean to me. He's sitting here playing Mario Kart and he hit himself with a green shell. He's Mario. We've all been there. We've all done it. I've certainly hit myself with green shells before as an avid Mario Kart player. It's okay. You live and you learn. We're all better than our worst mistakes. I feel that it's this kind of thing that makes you, a mature, functioning adult. When you get to an age where you look back and you think of all the times you hit yourself with a green shell and you're like, look, I recovered. I grew as a person. I can grow from whatever grievance or setback I face in my life. Such is Mario Kart. Such is Mario Kart. Amen. Leaguie, do you glove or finger roll? No idea what you're talking about. Not a clue. Absolutely not a clue. All right, on the 4th, Cowboys running out of their own end here. Was that Purdue with the run? I can't tell. Yes, it was. Not bad from him. You know, for a skinny guy, he does have a very, very good running game. And I think next to Tom Dearden, that's sort of what you want. But I do want to see him put on a bit of size. And it'll be a 7-tackle set there. Well left there by Cochrane. Dogs' last 10 minutes have been good. Yeah, they've really wrestled back the momentum. Oh, jeez, that's a good tackle there. From Liam Sutton, it is. Is Liam Sutton English? Or I think of Ryan Sutton, I feel. A gifted junior representative cricketer, Liam Sutton. As the Dogs get a 6 again, yeah, they've stopped making as many handling errors, except for that one forward pass, but that was an attacking range. And I do think as well, another big part of it, in fairness, is the fact that the Cowboys have taken off a number of their NRL level players, particularly in the forward, so that's allowed the Dogs to wrestle back a bit more momentum, as there's another 6 again. Conti goes through. It was a bit of a half break there. Tackled, I think it was by O'Donnell on the first. Pepez says, I've been waiting for this game since October, but my team's losing, so I'm sad. It's preseason. It doesn't really matter that much. Nice run there from Taupa. It's also like, yes, it's the Bulldogs, but no NRL, starting players. So I wouldn't read that much into it. Another set restart. Surely they score here. Taupa. Across the fight. No ways his name Christmas. No. Okay, it's just a matter of I thought he was announcing that a player's name was Christmas, but they say no, it's like Christmas. Justin Matamu, former West Tiger. I forgot that he was in there, actually. Yeah, Mitch Wood's apparently injured. That's why he's not playing. Yeah, agree, Lorenzo. The 100k doesn't really move the needle for NRL clubs. Conti, lovely little ball, but that was well read there from the outside backs of the Cowboys. So 2 more to go here. I think it's Cochrane's number has torn off the back there. Matamu is close. He's over. He's over the former West Tiger, and the Dogs get on the board for the first time in this game. I forgot this is the sound. We play a little bit of the team song when they score. That's an old song. I remember actually struggling to find like a decent quality version of it. Rough. But I'm glad to have actually been able to press that button. 28 points for it. Will be 28 to 6, sorry. Given that it was scored from right in front. But that's lovely footwork there from the big forward. Clifford couldn't stop him one-on-one. And the fullback of... I should remember his name by now. Barber. That's it. The fullback of Barber couldn't quite stop himself either. Winston's in panic mode. What's happening with Winston? I know his car broke down. Give me the latest. I want the latest on Winston Neville. Will he make the game? You should do that for every team. Play their song. I will. But to tell you the truth, I completely forgot that was something we were doing at the back end of last year, and I had not set them up for every team. So about 10 minutes before going live, I opened up my soundboard thing and I saw that only about half the teams have the song there. And I'm like, oh. Knights will have one for the next game, but Dragons will not. Raiders song is best. I probably agree with that. I probably agree. I mean, I've said this before, that it's a song I would listen to in my own time. And I have in the past. But I like rock music. So he gave the tickets out. He gave away... Winston gave away his tickets. Damn. My God, what an absolute legend of a man that was in the Bulldogs jersey. Big, like, earrings in, tats everywhere, mullet. Love that. Yeah, AB, I didn't know Matamu was signed with the Doggies either. It rings a vague bell, but a lot of these, like, lower grades signings often go under the radar. The other thing is NRL.com. You know, I might actually show you guys this. Because this is... I'm on the verge of making a video about how terrible NRL.com is. You go on NRL.com, right? You go signings tracker. Look at the news stories it gives you, right? Oh, wait, now they've updated it? Now they've updated it. A year ago. 2 years ago. 2 years ago. These were the two that I used to see. Brimson and Bennett. Why are they still there as recent key signings? Diabolical. Anyway, let's get back into the game. So that's probably how signings go under the radar. Bob says, do you remember me? I believe I do. But there's been a lot of new people in the chat, which is great to see. I don't know how many of you, have come in from my Bloke at the Bar appearances or the buy round or whatever. But I'm very glad to have you here. And these streams will only grow. I mean, like last year was unreal with the live streams, but these will only go throughout the year. So Smart Guy, that animation just had Westpac written on it. Did you mean to have the Westpac logo? Anyway, Cowboys get a penalty right on the verge of halftime. They're not going to take the two because there's no point. Trials, it's about working your plays. They're going to do a little trick play. Ball goes way up in the air. Jonathan Sewell will be underneath it. Derby doesn't catch it, but then takes it over the sideline. And that is going to be halftime. So, credit to the Dogs. There was 12 minutes left to go in that half at one stage. And I said, it looks like Cowboys will get to 40, given the fact they were beating the clock at that moment. They wrestled back momentum very, very well. Got to try their own. 28-6, I think, reflects the half very, very well. But Dogs did well to find something there and get their way back into this game. That's good stuff. Oh. By the way, another thing back from last year. Check it. Leaguie green cordial. It doesn't look... I mean, it looks pretty green. It looks pretty green. I've got to get my lighting sorted. I've literally just got one little light up here, and I have got more lighting for this year, but I haven't been able to set it up properly yet. But the green theme, we'll see a lot more of it. I think we'll see a lot more of it. Woo Woo says this is genuinely the easiest win ever for us. From a Bulldogs fan, I want whatever Woo Woo God is currently smoking. That's all I could say. One thing I didn't miss is the halftime ads. But, it's what makes the game go round. And actually, as someone who turned on ads for my own live streams now, that's probably not a moral high ground that I could take anymore. I did all the last year without them, but bills are going to be paid. So, how close is Rugby League to being in the Olympics? I have no idea. I know that discussions were held around the time of Brisbane being announced as the Olympic city, that Peter V'landys had a clear goal of having Rugby League be on that stage, but I think Union is too institutionalized when it comes to that sort of high... It's not so much high level, it's high brow, maybe, sport. So, I don't think we'll see League. If we're ever going to see it, it will be during the Brisbane games, but... Do you like Jaffas? Like Jaffa cakes? I have a feeling I'm not thinking of what you're thinking of. I don't know what you're thinking of, but Jaffa cakes are like English. Big week for the Titans, being able to recommit Tino and re-sign Cooper by hopefully this leads somewhere. It was a big week, and it was one that I really didn't see coming. Really didn't see coming. I thought Tino... I mean, look, I don't think he was as good as Roosters bound, but I thought it was very much between Roosters and the Storm for his signature. I thought he's put up with, you know, a lot at the Titans and was pretty much done with it. But it was a brilliant sign of faith, you know, and loyalty. I think he's probably the most loyal player in the Premiership, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah. I missed earlier. Bren has donated $5 to the Super Chat. Sorry I missed that. Normally it's supposed to let me know with a little sound, but the sounds have not been coming through, unfortunately. Are you getting your headgear for the charity match? So you gave yours away last year. I did give mine away last year. That is true. And yes, I do have new headgear for the charity match. Turn up the volume on my headphones. Hopefully I'll be able to get it through. Jaffa cakes are English, Jaffas are Aussie, and they are circular M&Ms, but they're orange with orange flavored shell. I've legitimately never come across them, so that's actually quite interesting. Ice Puppy, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. If Smart Guy Tech is here, yeah, can confirm time is still not working, and I have remembered how to set it all up properly, command prompt and all that, but it's not doing it. Tragic. Oh well. Lendog says Sunderland till I die. Why do you say that? I'm a Sunderland fan, as you know. Where can we watch the charity match? That is a good question. That I don't think has been confirmed yet. In previous years, they have done a live stream for it, though. You do have to give a donation to watch it, which makes sense. It's a charity match. But I think just follow Sportshed TV on Instagram and stuff, and that's where the announcements will be. Wade, I'm doing very good. I'm happy to be back. I very much feel back in my element. It's been so long, it feels, but it's good to be here. I'm looking forward to getting the setup done. I'm really motivated for this to be a great year in terms of the content. So, yeah. I'm doing well. Super chat happened again. Oh, yes, Dean. Blame Streamlabs, honestly. I don't know why it's not playing the noise. But anyway, thank you, Dean, for another 3. I'm looking to see what our total is for this stream. It could be in record-breaking territory. I very much think we're in record-breaking territory. He donated and he says, will you mullet this year if the Roosters win? That's a good question. If they win the Premiership, I think a better thing would be like I dye my hair green or something. You know, Leaguie green, rather than a mullet. But I'd be very, very open to a forfeit like that if the Roosters just win the Premiership. Lorenzo says, will we hopefully see Leaguie merch this year? Hopefully. I've had some chats with other rugby league creators about it, and I am a little bit further off doing that than I initially thought. But yeah, it's an option. If we have a good year for the content, then yeah, 100%. Leaguey, what do you think about the benefits about the game of rugby league? How so? Benefits in what way? Benefits for who? Dean, yes, you can go to the charity match and watch it in person. It's next Sunday? It's the 22nd. I think it's next Sunday. At Wentworth Leagues Club. It's not next Sunday. Sorry, it's a Sunday after. But at Wenty Leagues. Ringrose Park, it's called. Same venue as last year. It's a very, very good venue. The Leagues Club there is outstanding. And it's always just such a good day. It's such a good day. So, when will channel memberships be available? Start of the season. Like NRL season, not preseason season. This is still preseason. So, can we see the chair again? Actually, yeah, you guys really like the chair. Yeah. It's been a while without it. It's been a while without it. Lorenzo says, why do you have to do the charity match on my birthday? My brother in Christ, I did not decide the date. We're actually still without an NRL player, an ex-NRL player for our team. We've got Brad Takarangi on the other side. But my team, the Goanna Academy, do not have a player. Another detail is it's Greg Inglis's charity. And I found myself saying a lot on social media yesterday that recently, that Greg Inglis isn't an immortal. So hopefully GI hasn't been reading my my messages about that. But anyway. Egg says, saw your pod with Mr. M, by the way. Good showing. When can we expect to see you team up with friendly Geordies to talk about the ScoMo Inkadine Maccas incident? Am I an authority on the ScoMo Inkadine Maccas incident? Look, I love friendly Geordies. I've said in the past, I take a lot of inspiration in terms of like editing style from him. It's weird. Like, instinctually, I'm like, that'll never happen. It could never happen. But there's a lot of things that have happened recently that I would have said could never happen. That podcast you're talking about, sorry, I'll mention Galaxy Footy. That donation I have picked up on. $5 saying, no RL26 update for 3 weeks. They're working on it. What do you think? Hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's good. I do still come back to it every now and then. As you saw in my recent video. But I have heard it's getting better. But then again, I've always heard it's getting better. So we'll see. What was I going to say? Yeah, that podcast with Mr. M. That was in the Roosters Center of Excellence. I had a tour of like all the behind the scenes stuff. The trophies, you know, the rec room was where we recorded it. So to see all of that happen, it's literally as a result of the support you guys give and the platform you guys give. So I'm just a guy who makes videos at the end of the day. But yeah, I thank you guys for giving me opportunities like that. It's been very good. Someone asked if Tom Yeager's playing. He's not. I don't know if he was reached out to by Sportshed. I think he's a bit of a glaring omission, in my opinion. Love a bit of Tommy Yeager. But yeah, no, weird one. Weird one. Bro, are you making a video on it? On the podcast that I did at the Rooster Center of Excellence? I mean, that podcast is available on video. It's on YouTube. But no, I didn't. I took some photos, but I didn't film it. It was after hours, and it wasn't like I was invited by the club. I was invited by an employee of the club to do his own thing. So no, I haven't quite earned it yet, I feel. Will Origin and the country's teams, the representative games, have the 6-player bench rule? So it's an NRL rule. Origin comes under NRL regulations, so Origin will have the 6-player bench, and I think that's really interesting. In terms of selections, I think it's going to be a bit of a controversy around then when we see 2 players picked at Origin who don't get used. I think their fans and their clubs are going to be like, well, that sucks. We lost a player and he didn't even get used. Anyway, the international game is a different story. So the Pacific Championships, they are NRL rules, but the Rugby League World Cup is not. They have their own thing. So normally what we see is that international rules change in accordance with NRL rules, normally about a year after. So potentially the World Cup could be played with the 6-man bench, but as it stands at the moment, I don't believe that change has been made. So it'll just be the normal 18th man. Richard, I don't know how much it is to go to the charity match. Again, look at the Sportshed TV social medias. They're the ones who are organizing it all. Leaguie, did you see the venue reveal for Wheelchair Rugby League? No. Actually, Hayden, that's a very good topic of conversation. State of Origin, Eden Park. Yeah, I think it's a nice change from the rotation of Adelaide, Melbourne, and Perth. And I think New Zealand is the only other country in the world where Origin can really be a draw card. So I like it. I'm perfectly fine with it. What's the capacity of Eden Park, actually? Eden Park. 50,000. Yeah, 50,000 is enough. I wouldn't go any smaller than that for an Origin game. But I like seeing, you know, New Zealand rugby league fans rewarded in that way. So that's very, very good. NRL are getting paid $5 billion for it. There you go. You know, get the bag, NRL. Get the bag. Just hope a lot of that goes to, you know, grassroots development and stuff. Galaxy says they should be allowed to play for their club afterwards if they don't get played. Well, players tend to anyway nowadays. Most players do back up after Origin. So yeah, they'll definitely be playing after, but I think a lot of clubs will have a bit of a grievance that they couldn't play beforehand. But anyway. Do you think it will travel around the world? No, Origin won't travel around the world. I'm a new subscriber. Are you a Chook supporter? I am a Chook supporter. Yes, so thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you being here. You're coming along. They are walking out. I know. I'm watching it. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Leaguie bro's on top of it. I've never referred to myself as Leaguie bro before, and I never will again. That was awful. As soon as I said it, I'm like, that was not nice. Leaguie, in your opinion, what is Tiny, Terrell May, and Big Sammy Faidu's odds of playing Origin this year? Terrell, I would describe as likely. Taylin, I would describe as unlikely but possible. Samuel Faidu, I'd say next to no chance. And I actually rate Samuel very highly. And it's not my own opinion that means he's not going to play Origin. I just don't think the rest of the world rates him as highly as I do. Particularly Laurie Daly. I think there are still enough guys ahead, so... Alright, there's the kickoff for the second half. I'm going to turn that music just a little bit down. Just a little bit down. What position do you play in footy? I've played one game of rugby league in my life, and it was back row. Hell of a tackle there for Caden Lars. I'm glad my guy, who I gave a shout out to earlier, has delivered with a bit of a hit there. Fletcher Baker with a moustache now. I like that. Obligatory mention of, it was a Roosters game. I think it was around 2021, where our bench was Lamb, 14, Nat Butcher, Egan Butcher, Baker. So we had a Butcher, and a Baker on the bench with a poor little Lamb. I thought that's absolute rugby league poetry. Smart guy, I did. I'll turn the timer visual off there. Put in the new link. I don't know why the timer's not doing it. But anyway. So not a bad first set there for the Dogs. Oh, Conti hit hard there by a rampaging North Queensland Cowboy. It's a little halfback, but very dynamic. They mentioned Sam Walker earlier about him, and I do definitely see the similarities. I see the link. Then again, very, very early. This is literally the first I've ever seen of him, so who am I to say? Why don't you show the game on stream? Because I have a desire to keep my channel. I do not want it taken down. I've worked pretty hard for it. So, thoughts on no Bears signings in recent weeks? I'm not too worried. They've still got a decent little core. They need a star, though. Alright, so that was caught by no one. Wild pass back in field. It's 6 again here for the Cowboys. They'll have a full set here on the Dogs line. They did well to keep it in field. It was looking unlikely that they'd be able to do that, but okay in the end. No candlestick maker. Mid-tier bench from the Chooks. I love that. Butcher Baker candlestick maker. Alright. The Cowboys really, they haven't done much in attack since they got their last try. This is one of their rare opportunities since then. That's close though. Good defense there from the Bulldogs. Very good defense. Alright, 2 more to go here. I love the name of the back rower there. Logan Spinks. Spinks is unique. I've never heard of a Spinks. Alright, on the last here. Karras get a dummy half. Oh, nice little play there. In the end of the kick, didn't amount to very much there from Zach Hertigen. I liked it at first. It was a bit of a feigning play to go out for the pass, but then a kick in behind. But very, very well read there by Tay Cochrane. Expat Ollie says, Leaguie Expat Ollie for mod in 2026. Well, you know, it doesn't quite mean as much when it's you saying it. When it's the person himself. You know what I mean? But still. Richard, no, I'm in a new building and I have a desire not to get kicked out. So, oh, that's a nice little step there from Conti. We'll kick just beyond the 30 on the last, though. Solid catch there from, I think that's Mason Kira, finally. I keep calling his name instead of Asatasi James, but it is now finally Mason Kira. 20-year-old from Auckland. Apparently listed as a back rower, but certainly didn't line up in back row for that play. NRL ahead. His predictions are Roosters miss the 8, DC gets dropped, 2 Dragons, Tigers, and Para all miss the 8, and 3 Storm miss the 4. I think number 2 is the only one I could maybe see happening. Storm missing the 4 will pretty much be if they finish 5th, but I think it's very, very unlikely. And Roosters miss the 8, that just won't happen. Clip it. I don't care. Clip it now. At the end of the season, if the Roosters have missed the 8, post this. Post it everywhere, as far as I'm concerned. We're not missing the 8. It won't happen. Never in a million years. I will say, I am surprised Expat Ollie is not a mod. I thought he was. But let me think about that later. Sea Phantom, I remember us having a Discord agreement. Can you remind me exactly what the terms were? It was to do with, like, if the Roosters missed the 8, I had to change my profile picture to something on Discord. I can't remember. It was something like that. Leaguie DCE isn't Cooper Cronk. Well, I could have sworn he was. I was absolutely convinced they were the same man, but now that you say it, actually, yeah, he does have a different name to Cooper Cronk. It's a good point. Very good point. Roosters made the 8 last season with a significantly weaker team than they will have this season. DCE doesn't need to be Cooper Cronk. Cooper Cronk won back-to-back comps. There's a fair discrepancy between winning back-to-back comps and making the 8. So, Tiger, I have not listened to it. Have not listened to it. Yeah, Smart Guy, I did put that in the timer. That's exactly what I put in the timer. I love Andrew Voss is just having a laugh here. Conti with the ball close to the line. Joseph Taupa. He is a good ball running 5'8". Wrestling forward again. This is a good field position though for the Dogs. Chenkoptong in at dummy half. Or Hughes juggles it, goes himself, does on ball play. Spucker, yep, sure I will. Kick in behind from Joseph Taupa, and it's going to be another try for the Doggies here. Wait, it's Craig Fitzgibbon's son? How did I not know that? That's actually so cool. That's awesome. Oh, man, that makes me feel old. I remember when Craig Fitzgibbon was my favorite player at the Roosters, and now his son is scoring. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. Let's see, it was a nice little service there from Chen Kum Tung, but the kick from Taupa was brilliant. And it's the back row flying through. Eamon to Fitzgibbon with the double A as well. First Eamon to play in the NRL, if he debuts, per chance. That's brilliant. Dogs comeback? I mean, like I said, we often see in the preseason a team will take all of their NRL experienced players off the field and the scores level up a bit. I think that's what we're seeing. But anyway. Yeah, Smart Guy, I've just DM'd you the code that I'm using. That's amazing stuff. All right, I'm going to remember to play the kicking clip.
Don't miss it. I'm telling you, seriously. Shoelace! Shoelace, run out! Hey, clutch! Hey, clutch!
I love the hair from Jonathan Sewer. Oh, but that is one of the worst kicks I've seen. Oopsie. Egg says, you want to feel older, Craig Wynn's son is now in Japanese rugby. That doesn't impact me so much. And I'm actually going to make you feel old here. Because Craig Wing, that's before my time. He was playing in 2002. I was born in 2002. But Craig Fitzgibbon, he's one of the first players I do remember. So, to be fair, Fitzgibbon was also playing in 2002. He just played for longer. Cooper Cronk, up the milk, says, only won back-to-back premierships because Leaguie only likes the rest because they gifted him a premiership. Tiger Walker's the only one that remembers how I spelt it in that video. That's a reference to an older video I made. I can't even remember which one it was. But anyway. This is good. This is good character from the Dogs. They've built a lot of their system around character and hard work ethic and real principled systems. And yes, they conceded 28 points in 28 minutes, and that cannot be ignored. But to work their way back into this game has been very good. Nice early kick there from Tiapa. When are the Wires playing? Not till next week. Not till next week. Oh, there we go. Reckless Ollie remembers it. What video was it from? Was it The NRL referee crisis video? I think it probably was. Alright, so half an hour to go in this one. On the third here, the Cowboys. In a dummy half, it's Xavier Carrisk. Professor X is what I'm going to call him. Charles Xavier. Is it Xavier or is it Xavier? I like Xavier more, but I know like Xavier Coates says Xavier Coates. Right, underneath this, it's Cochrane again, and that's good take. That's a good take. They've really struggled with that under the high ball off the Cowboys' high kicks, but they've done well. We've got a stoppage in play here. I think it's a HIA for Gordon Cham Kong Tong. Dean has used 45 bits after donating on YouTube earlier. He's now used 45 bits. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dean. As Junior Com 900 also follows on Twitch. This has been a great stream. This has been a great stream. If we can maintain this energy throughout the year, damn, we're going to have a very, very good 2026 NRL season. That's for sure. NRL Head, what do you mean the one where you said you were gay? I'm pretty confident I've never said in content that I'm gay. I did say in the reveal video... Oh, is that what you mean? Yeah, that it feels like I'm coming out. It's saying it feels like I'm coming... Oh, sorry, me saying it feels like I'm coming out is very different to me saying that I'm actually gay. Very, very different things. So... I think you've misremembered the point of that video. Anyway. Yeah, there we go. The one where I said I go for the Roosters. Good work there on the catch again from Ronald Philly Tonga. That's a name I know. Has he played representative footy? That's international. Half an hour to go in this game. Cowboys have just beyond the 30 here. Hertigen's been involved in many different ways. He's getting into dummy half now, but he has done a fair bit of kicking so far in this game. But yeah, now he's very much playing dummy half, so that must mean that Xavier is off the field. Smart guy, I have not backstabbed you and removed your mod on Twitch. I think it's because you weren't active on Twitch during the off season. But anyway. So, forward pass there from the Cowboys. Derby had a tiny little bit of space, but realistically probably wasn't going to do much with it. I was looking at Robert Derby. The cameraman, I feel, knew what he was doing with that shot. But I was looking at Robert Derby. I was focused. Okay, we're in record-breaking territory. We're in record-breaking territory for donations. Mario again. I don't know where Mario's come from. Have you been in the streams before, Mario? You come out of nowhere, but thank you, dude. With a $15 donation. Should Rugby League have a serious go at South African junior talent? They only have 5 top-flight teams and 8 reserve-grade teams. Is it time to really have a dig at just asking questions? I am probably not the right person to ask. I know very little about South African Rugby League, but what I do know is Union is such a cultural phenomenon there that growing league in the country, at least domestically, is going to be a very, very tough nut to crack. I think, though, if the NRL are lucky to invest in any particular area, that's one that stands out. I think Fijian talent's another big area where we could go, but in terms of recruiting talent, yeah, you know, it's an English-speaking country. I think it's pretty easy to assimilate from South Africa to Australia. Why not? I'd be going for it. Good take there from Barber. It feels weird commentating a Barber against the Bulldogs, but Benny did sign for the Cowboys. I don't think he actually played a game, but he did initially sign for the Cowboys. Now I've got another donation from Egg, adding my bit, go get your Big Mac, mate. I assure you, I will not be spending on Big Macs. Not a McDonald's enthusiast, but I'll get something. I'll go out after the stream. So what's the total now? I'm not one to ask for donations at all, and I feel like advertising the total sort of is doing that. But I want to know what we're on now. $88? This is blown out. My God, I don't know what our record is, but the record was set when I did the chair stream, where I literally wasn't here and I just showed my chair watching the game. It was a Raiders game. So this is almost certainly record-breaking areas for me actually being on stream. So thank you all so much. What a start to the year. More of the same, ladies and gentlemen, in 2026. Let's go. To get this in a trial, I know it's, the first of the year, but anyway. Dean donated again. Has that added to the 88? Or yes, it has. We're up at 96. Get yourself a Bondi burger. That's more my style. Sydney Roosters. Let's go. Hell yeah. Moody says, do you have a Discord that we can watch? I have a Discord. I do not show the game at Discord because, again, illegal. Tiger, thank you. I've loved being on podcasts recently. It's been very, very fun. Although on Bloke in a Bar, I will say, my God. Oofed. I was not feeling well that day. I was not feeling well. One person that, I tend to think about the negative comments more than the positive ones. One comment was like, wow, that Leaguie dude is so boring. And I just I was operating at like 40% brain capacity. Those of you who watch, because I did a gaming stream later that day, those of you who watched that stream will know just how little my brain was functioning. It was entertaining though, I will say that. So, Tanner says, how do I watch? Are you in Australia? I'm pretty sure it's available on channel... No, it's not available on channel 9. It's behind subscriptions, unfortunately. Not on channel 9. Yeah, Chris, KO or Foxtel. Yeah. All right. 60-minute gain, not bad at all. That's pretty much par, in my opinion, but the kick will be weighted in goal. Solid game here. Is it still Tay Cochrane out there on the field? I think it is. There's still a fair way of the game to go, but he's maintained a very high amount of energy so far in this game. I think he deserves quite a bit of credit for that. Quite a bit of credit. I think South Africa will veto hard as union is part of their history that helped end segregation. But as a Welsh union/league player, Super League should invest in Wales, as the RWU is slowly killing union here and bankrupting itself. Can I just clarify, Blackout? You are you're a Welsh union/league player. I thought you were a union/league Super League player. And have we actually got a Super League player in the chat? But anyway, yeah, no, understand. Yeah, Wales is another one. To be fair, I'm coming at it from an NRL perspective, and very much obviously a Southern Hemisphere perspective. But I think it would really, really shock a lot of fans here just how little activity there is, rugby league activity, outside of England in the UK. Scotland, from memory, has next to nothing. Wales has a bit with the Crusaders, but even then, still not much. And Ireland's obviously outside of the UK, but even that, a lot of their international team is just, English guys with a bit of heritage. So, yeah. Would you do a video on racism in the NRL? It's a big question. I don't think it's really... I don't think we have a racism problem. So until I feel we have a racism problem, then no, I wouldn't. That is true, NRL Head. Yeah, Jack Bryce is... he'll be back this year, I'm sure. Shout out Tyson Frizzell, who'll be playing in the next game, former Wales international. Siskin there for the Dogs. So we've been sort of locked in at 28-10 since the halftime break. It's been quite a while between drinks. Sorry, Fitzgibbon did score. Aside from that, no. It still has been a while between drinks, given the try-scoring rate in this game so far. That is actually hilarious, Late Dog, that on KO, the thumbnail is Camps Geraldo. Yeah, because I guess no other Dogs players would really invite you to click. Maybe Sam Hughes. Sam Hughes might. But anyway. All right, so. We've got a lot of ball play from Justin Matamua. He is a ball playing lock. I really thought he'd excel for that position in the West Tigers system. Didn't come to fruition. Taupa out the back. They've got numbers here to the wing. I think they've got that. I think they've got that over. Lovely work for Cooper Toy. The Toy can play. I've been waiting to say that. Lovely stuff. Rugby League Guru said before the game that Cooper Toy has a bit of Brett Morris about him, which Brett Morris is a very unique style of player, particularly style of winger, being that stocky, but I can sort of see it. I can see the size there. And he did very well. He had a lot of work to do there. Had 2 players here to beat. One of them, sorry, no, not one of them being Jackson Polo, but still, that's great work. Just about stayed in field. Just about, but that's lovely shape. Lovely shape from the Bulldogs. And when you talk about systems and stuff, everyone there understood their role. Beautiful drawn pass there from Cochrane. And yeah, Toy, I can see the B-Balls comparisons, actually. I can really see it. Try confirm. Nice. Do you play Rugby League 26? Not really. I did when it came out. But no, I didn't really enjoy playing it very much. He looks like James Schiller, but like rounder, like in a good way, like, you know, stockier. James Schiller is very much a lanky style of winger. Leaguie, can you make a video on the Super League in Australia? There isn't Super League in Australia. Oh, you mean like the Super League War from back in the day? I do plan to. We've got Jonathan Sewer with a kick here. He very much shanked his first one. Let's see how he goes in the second. Still got the kicking duties. Yeah, no. I don't know if he's a rusted on goal kicker, but his technique is not the greatest. Yeah, the Super League War. Yeah, it is on my list of video ideas. Very much is. There's a man in the back of the Bulldog shirts that looks like Nuno Espirito Santo, the manager of West Ham United. Like, man, thoughts on Road to 6 series I'm doing on TikTok? Yeah, that's a great plug for you, Expert. Brilliant plug. Brilliant, you got me there. I started reading it, and only halfway through the message realized that it was an advertisement for your own content. Yeah, got me good, Ollie. You got me good. Jeez, that's a run from kickoff. Oh, the ball's come free, and it's going to be ruled forward. I was getting ready to praise. I tell you what, there's still... He's up and about here. Who is this? Bailey Myers? Is it the 26? I'm looking out for that number. No, it's the number 16. Oh, it's Zion. Excuse me. He was like fired out of a gun. An absolute gun. And is it ruled a strip in the end? No, I think that ball's just come free, in my opinion. One country weirdly could be a benefit is Georgia. Their #1 sport is rugby, and World Rugby won't let them progress to a Tier 1 nation. So League could benefit from that and take it over. There is a... Oh no, it's Malta. Malta has a State of Origin series. Where it's like, I think it's West versus East. Georgia I haven't heard about. That's interesting. That's very interesting, actually. Without the pictures, you look like you're in the void. Yeah. No, I started this by saying welcome to the void. The pictures will be coming, though. There's a cowboy who has stayed down. As soon as the whistle blew, he got up. So I'm not sure how I feel about that, but anyway. Oh, still, actually, no, he does look a little bit worse for wear there. It's Matthew Watts. Big Matthew Watts. Tall player. I want to see if he's... No, he does have a page on NRL.com. Of course, because why would a player who's playing in the preseason challenge be listed on NRL.com? Yeah, NRL Head, I will make a video on it at some stage. I mean, I feel that up to the French Nazi rugby union video, sort of done my history. Need to focus on pre-season stuff now. But yeah, I like the idea. Hayden, I think AKP will take a DWZ spot on the wing, but what I want is for them to be wingers on either side, purely because I think it would be... It's like 7 out of the first 8 players in that case for the Warriors would have double barrel surnames. Nikol Klukstad, Watene Selesniak. Who are the centers that I'm forgetting here? Wow, I'm completely forgetting the centers. Oh, Tuivasa-Sheck. Then the other center I don't think is a double barrel. Then AKP. Then Chanel Harris-Tavita. Then you'd have Metcalf, who's not, but then Jace Fisher-Harris. So yeah, it's 6 out of the first 8. That's outrageous. Outrageous. All right, 2 more to go here for North Queensland. Ball goes at the back to find Liam Sutton, who's very much playing in the halves now. So has Bodie come off the field? I think he has. Yeah, Barry would be the other one, or Pompey. I think Barry might be injured again. He's so injury prone, unfortunately. Good take there. That was a great take. I think it's the number 21, Hamish Wilson. Yeah, that's great stuff. Mario says, very good French Rugby League video, by the way. Thank you. I'm really happy with how it turned out. As I sort of said in the video, I think a lot of rugby league fans don't know that history, don't know that story, and it's such a good story. You know, in a bad way, obviously, but it is such an interesting story. So, yeah. He is, yeah. Barry is injured, unfortunately. That's tragic. I'll tell you what, I am absolutely starving. I'll be getting a little bite to eat during the break here, between the two games, if we have much of a break. Ollie, you send a message about pods and stuff. I'm not sure what you mean. I like the pod you did, but I know it's a pod. But I like to have the option to watch with visuals because it's just a screen, but still good. It's not my podcast. I was a guest on it. But yeah, not my podcast. So they were filming throughout it, but they only had one camera, and it was just on me. As there's a knock on there from the Cowboys. So Canterbury, I mean, if they get the next try, they're within 8 points. They're within 8 points. But yeah, I think they'll be able to have more visual stuff in future by getting more cameras. At the Leaguie, who's winning the preseason challenge? It's literally impossible to say. Like, you don't know which side's going to take it seriously or not. It's not as simple as the best team will win. You know, all it takes is for one team to name like a NRL side, basically, and the other team not to take it seriously. And you could have an absolute blowout in terms of for and against. So it's so hard to say. Anyway, Dogs are on an absolute march here after that interview with Tom Dearden took place. That was a bit of a hospital pass, but with the Cowboys offside, either way, it's not going to matter here. The Dogs are in again. The Dogs are in again. It's Lewis Grossamy. That's a crazy name. Grossamy. The Dogs are here. The Dogs are here. Wow. Egg, there actually is a little thing between me and Miss Ren that is planned. Little thing. Cheeky little thing. But we'll see. I'm sure that there'll be more stuff in the future. That podcast in particular, I'm very happy to go back on again. The Dogs are barky. They are. Yeah, put down's all okay. Gee, so it's fascinating. Look, we don't read into preseason too much. I feel that every year we kind of fall into that trap of thinking that preseason really matters almost in any way, and the teams that do well in preseason are going to do well during the year. But Cowboys got out to a very, very easy lead early on when they had their Nrl players on the field. When it comes to this point in the game and you're looking at both sides who don't really have their first grade players on, it's more just reserve grade players, you're looking for systems and how players respond. We've had the Cowboys really not offer very much from when they were 28-0 up, from the 28th minute of this game, really. And on the other hand, as Fitzgibbon takes a kick and misses it, on the other hand, we've had a Bulldogs side who have shown a very strong underbelly and come back into this game. It's 5 tries to 4. Like, goal kicking's been the difference. So I think that if this is the way it continues to go for the rest of this game, I think the Dogs will take maybe even a bit more out of this this game than the Cowboys will, which feels so bizarre to say. So bizarre to say, but I think it could be true. Legman, why did you do a video outside? It was good, but I want to hear you better. It was a windy day, but yeah, it was Larry. Larry Talks, I think is his YouTube channel. Wanted to do it at NRL headquarters, so I was like, yeah, okay, sure, let's do it. Tiger says, I think the Tigers would be up 50-0. I don't doubt that you think that. Not at all. Just one moment, guys. I'll be back in a sec. All right. We good? Oh, was there a bit of ruck interference there from the Cowboys? Ruled not to be. Matamua now hitting it up. Nice little bit of an offload there from him. Dogs on the march. They're looking good. They've got one more to go in this set, though. Did I hear a whistle? I did not hear a whistle. It was Buddha who played it. It'll be for Joseph Tiapa, who kicks it into the air. Ball is free. The Dogs have got it. I'm not sure. It's raw to try. They're going to have to review this, I feel. There's a lot that happened in that contest, but the Dogs are on the march, and they are up and about. No way. No way do they win this. They're within 6. If this try stands, I'm personally not completely convinced. I'm not completely convinced. Galaxy, it does, though. I do expect they're going to be wearing different jerseys for different games. But yeah. Let's see. At first, I think that looks okay, but we'll see whether the winger here was tackled in the air. Yeah, I think he was. I think there's a wrapping motion. Yeah, I think there's a wrapping motion around his neck. I wouldn't be giving this. I think they both got up for it. But the number 22 there, Jope Rauke, has tackled, I think, in my opinion, Joseph Doyle. Try confirmed. Do we have a try confirmed button? Or is this Captain's Challenge? Nah. Can't remember what my keybind for try confirmed is. Then anyway. Try is confirmed. So kick to come. Fitzgibbon will be the player to kick it. He kicked better than Sewer did, but he still missed. Lines it up. He's got this one. Guys, this has actually been like a generationally good game. Leaguie, why did you bully Flaxy? Did I? Or was it me saying you could tell he grew up watching Para? That was kind of the purpose of the reel, to bully Flaxy, so... What Shakespearean play starts with the line, who's there? Answer Hamlet. I'm going to go with Hamlet. Personally. My God, look at that. 5 tries Cowboys, followed by 5 tries Dogs. And it's just goal kicking that's the difference. 12 minutes still to go in this one. D1C says, I know you've previously said you're a fan of Carl Flanagan. What are your thoughts on the controversy surrounding him last season? Was it genuine nepotism or did he get too much hate? I think, how do I put this? I think if he wasn't the coach's son, he wouldn't be at the Dragons, playing first grade as regularly as he is. However, I also think he gets way too much hate. I don't think he is as bad as a lot of people say. That's just my opinion. I think he's a good, solid player. I think they would have been more willing to move on from him as a club, though, if he wasn't Shane's son. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. Leaguie, speaking of Shakespeare, are you a Capulet or a Montague? Didn't study Romeo and Juliet. I studied Othello at school. Nrl Head, yeah, if you came up with like a good idea to collab, if I thought the video idea was good, yeah, sure. Why not? All right, on the last here, the Cowboys with the ball. So still upwards of 10 minutes left to go in this game. The crowd's getting a little bit bigger there at Cogra, not heaps big. You can see the Knights warming up behind the goal line there. Nice run there from the number 20. Who was it? It's Raymond Buru. That was the name of my grandfather, Raymond. Zach says, Flanagan was the best half defensively last season. He has the best tackle efficiency out of all the starting halves in the league. That's really interesting. I didn't know that. That, you know what? That being the case, that changes my opinion a bit. Maybe, you know, maybe his spot is warranted. How long left? 10.5 minutes. Halftime score was 28-6, I'm pretty sure. So it's Caden Lars, the man that they're checking up on here. Did everyone love Raymond? That's a good reference. I'm still trying to figure out the timer. Leaguie, can I be channel owner if Bulldogs win? Let me think about it. I'll answer you maybe at the end of this stream. At the end of the stream, I'll tell you whether you can have ownership on my channel. We'll see. I'm gonna say probably, but anyway. All right. Bulldogs up to halfway here on the 4th. Played. They don't need to score here. They've been playing very, very well by just getting through their work. I think they'd be mistaken to let themselves get panicked now, and that was a bit of a panicked kick. It only went about 10 meters. Do they get an offload? They will. Knock on Cowboys. They'll surely challenge this. They will surely challenge. This is the biggest set of the game so far. The biggest set. That said, this game being close pretty much stops both teams from actually winning the preseason challenge. Because you basically need to win 2 games by big margins. But anyway, it is what it is. 9.5 minutes left to go in this one. Conti plays the ball. I get the feeling we've got a Conti try coming. I'm just saying. That's my bold prediction. That's my bold prediction. Will we see game vlogs? No, we will not, Kat. I've done 2 in my career. They've been the 2 videos that have taken almost the longest ever to make, and neither of them did well. So, yeah. 6 ball for the Dogs there. Conti tackled. Woo-woo, no, it's not really. For the first half hour of the game, it was your reserve grade versus a handful of Cowboys first grade players, but for most of this game, it hasn't been. That's not a fair way to put it. Alfred, I'm watching this on Foxtel, but yeah, that's in Australia. I'm not sure where it's being shown in New Zealand. No idea. Conti, short ball. That's nice for the back rower. He'll get inches away from the line. 1 more to go here. Plays the ball. At the back to find Conti. Kick in behind. Oh, it was a slips catch there, but knock on. Knock on Cowboys. It will be Bulldogs ball again. Bulldogs ball again. This is a brilliant end to the game. A brilliant end to the game. Danny says, you say that, but you're going to do the same thing this year? You mean the match day vlogs? The grand final vlog? I swear, like, I will go to the grand final, probably. I'm not vlogging it. How long left? 7 minutes, 46 seconds. NRL Head says, I told you Dogs would win. Well, hold up. You're still losing. You're still losing, bro. But yeah, it's like I said, like you take more out of this from a Bulldogs perspective than a Cowboys perspective. The Bulldogs found themselves 28 points down and came back with an absolutely steely determination. Whereas the Cowboys, on the other hand, scored easy points early on and then let the other team back into the game. Let's see here. A full set for the Cowboys to defend. Go to the right-hand side now. Oh, liking that run there from... That's not Fletcher Baker playing in 24. It's Matamua. It's Matamua. I thought it looked like Matamua, but no, I thought it was jersey number 14. No, it was 24. All right, anyway, Matamua again. At the back to find Conti. That ball's a bit behind the back rower. Gossi did well to get that one. Ball will be played. 3 more still to go. Conti. Oh, there was a bit of space there if they'd gone through the hands. Well defended there at the end by the Cowboys. 2 more to go. Winston will be happy. He'll be happy if they score here. Let's see. Conti again. Short ball. There's space. Oh, that's a very, very good tackle. And I think it's ruled a forward pass. I think it's ruled a forward pass. It was to find Sosefu Finau. But we've got a whistle. Yeah. So it says 28 points to 24. 6 minutes, 47 seconds still to go. Dean, that is quite a fun fact, actually. You know, I've seen a couple of episodes of Everybody Loves Raymond, but not all that much. Not all that much. Cowboys had such a good first half, but went to sleep now. Well, they took their good players off the field. The Bulldogs never named as penalty for a shot clock violation to the Cowboys. That could really hurt, actually. The Bulldogs didn't name first grade players really to start with, except for Hughes and maybe you can argue Fletcher Baker. But yeah, when the two sides were more evenly matched on paper, it was Dogs who came right back into it. So, Alfred says, I'm a Union fan and found your channel from the French Rugby League video. Really? I thought I've seen your username before, Alfred. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. But anyway, I'm glad that you found the channel from that video. They do have a lot of coaches in there, Matt Galaxy. The one, as I said, the one that I keep looking at is the one that looks like Nuno Espirito Santo, West Ham manager. But anyway. All right. 5.5 minutes left to go. Tyler Moriarty, former Rooster, in there at dummy half. Interviewed him in a video once. Pat Polo gets the ball. He's playing center now. That's well caught there by Philly Tonga. The French fit did really well. It did okay. I thought it might do better. But anyway. Kick from Hodigen in behind. He hasn't gone high for it. Ruled 6 again. Ruled 6 again. Cowboys have a very good opportunity here. Full set on the Dogs line. Great step there from Barber. Oh, and that'll be the game. That is beautiful play. That is beautiful play.
The Iceman coming!
That's probably a bit much. That's probably a bit much. I'll go with this one.
This is superhuman! This is unbelievable!
The only bad thing about that soundbite is that it has check the grounding on the onside. But anyway, beautiful work there from Barber. Mason Barber it is. Didn't have to score this. There was a full set of 6. He could have just taken the tackle, but staggered defensive line there off the back of the ricocheted kick. Gets the ball, still a lot of plays in front of him. Beautiful little step though, straight past the number 17 it was of Eamon Fitzgibbon. Tell you what, Craig would be dropping in for that. Craig would be dropping in for that. Try is confirmed, and that'll be the game, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, he does the Cole Palmer celebration. That's a unique one. Okay, don't mind that. Is Shoelace still available? Shoelace is still available, yes.
Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Container, firstly. Shoelace! Shoelace, run home! Hey, clutch! Hey, clutch!
I don't know who's kicking for the Cowboys here. It's, it's Mason, Liam Sutton. Liam Sutton. Is Liam Sutton clutch? From right in front, 10 meters. Is he clutch? Let's see. Oh my God, he's got it. One of the kicks of all time. A generationally good play from a generationally good center. I want to say, again, big up Tyson Frizzell. For playing in trial matches, he's like 34 years old or something. He has no, I guess, obligation. He's very much proven himself, but lacing up the boots for this one, I think that's very, very good from a veteran in terms of setting standards and stuff. Very good. Is Dylan Brown playing Knights preseason? He is not, but it is a stronger game than this one was. So, do you have the horror movie one? I don't think I ever did have a horror movie soundbite. So no. Walpole, why the strays? Did I say something? No, I did not see Duke leave Tom Dearden hanging. No, I was watching the play, but I did hear that happened, so. Result, who's he with? The Newcastle Knights. All right, 3.5 minutes left to go in this one. Widemu Greg hitting it up. I'm not sure he'll be... Well, actually, you know, Andrew Voss has just said it's the storyline out of this game. I don't know. I want to see the stats, I suppose, but I haven't been overly impressed on just the eye test. Then again, I'm pretty bad with the eye test. So, NRL.com has him running 92 meters. I mean, solid, nice. But I'm very poor at judging individual players' performances. I will admit that. Hot take, Tigers will be last this season and Benji will be first to be sacked. That is a hot take. Cannot go with you there. I think they'll be pretty good. Let's see if the Dogs can get one more on the board. I think the win is now beyond them, barring a miracle. But they're still showing intent, and that's very good. That's very good stuff. Hayden, I think they'd still need injury to happen. But yeah, Cleary should... I mean, they've got halves depth, the Warriors. But I think he'll get his chance. I think he'll get his chance this year. Beautiful pass over the top there from Conti. Dogs are in again. It's the number 23. Excuse me. Mikey Nassar. Mikey being the name he goes by is very, very cool. I like that for him. And the Dogs do get one. So, an absolute try-fest. A tri-fest it has been. And they're back within 6. They're going to get the ball. Like, they do have a set to win it. Riley Owens has scored. Thank you, Riley, for coming along for it. They could still win this. They could still win this. I thought the game was over. It's 6 tries apiece. Serrano can't coach. We seen it last year. You mean the year where they were first on the ladder, like halfway through the season? Bro, what has this game been? I know. I know. What has it been? Oh, good. Kieran Foran's calling the next game. That's nice. The tough thing is the goal kicking. They have struggled, and this one is scored right out wide. Then again, Fitzgibbon has got it. That is clutch. I'll play it for this one.
The Iceman cometh!
Love that from him. They're going to probably lose having scored 30 points, which is the most preseason thing of all time. But still. Lorenzo says 2026 will be the best year of rugby league. I'm excited about it. I think coming into the season, there is more genuine title contenders than I have seen in a long time. I think Broncos, Roosters, Panthers, Storm, Bulldogs, Raiders, provided that they don't miss Fogarty too much. That's already 6 who I think are comfortably in the premiership window. Dolphins could go on a run. Cronulla, absolutely. I'd have Cronulla even before the Raiders. So, 7 teams. That's amazing. You forgot to say Cowboys? I did not forget to say Cowboys. No. No, sir. Caleb says Warriors. Don't know if I can go with you there, Caleb. Don't know if I can go with you there. All right, Dogs. They've got a bit of space out on the side. They're going to be tackled in a touch, and that'll be the game, folks. Look, you got to throw the dice. But the game will end 34 points to 30. Dogs will have finished the game, scoring 30 points, but unfortunately lose. The comeback didn't quite amount to it, but from 28 points to 0 down, it is a valiant effort from them. They've not lost any fans in this game. Let's put it that way. But brilliant work there from the Cowboys as well to check over that. The sliding defense was very, very good from, was it Philly Tonga? It was. I'm glad I got that one right. It took until the end of the game for me to be able to recognize the players that are playing in it. Sick. Ah, nice. Dogs still don't have the pack to be contenders. Besides, all we need is Walsh to slurp some toilet water and we could just skip the season. I think with Leo Thompson, they do have the pack. I think they do. But anyway, it's not one of the best packs, but I think it's good enough. That'll be the game. 34 points to 30. I do not have the full Bulldogs theme song, but I'll just go with this one again.
We are the mighty Bulldogs, the Canterbury-Bankstown.
Or do I have the Bulldogs theme? No, I don't. I will make a commitment that by next week I will have all of the sounds done for every team. Not Bulldogs. Why did I play Bulldogs? Cowboys. Cowboys are the team that won this game. Sorry, it's preseason. It's preseason, and I am very, very hungry. My bad. Yeah, I'll play the Cowboys song. Yeah, I'll play the Cowboys song. Sea Phantom was generous enough to give me the link. I do hope that this is an actual link to the Cowboys song. It is not. It is not. No. I exited out of that very quickly. Very, 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 very quickly. That was not the North Queensland Cowboys song. Yeah, no, my bad. My bad on that. North Queensland Cowboys theme. Next week, I'll be able to press a button and this will play. Oh, yeah, it's that. They've got one of the worst songs in the comp, in my opinion. One of the worst songs. I'll let you guys listen to it. I'm gonna go get some food. Back in a moment.
I'm here. We do things differently. Part of our history, I guess. Born tough, bred proud, to stand out from the crowd. The Cowboys. sleep. Goes with the territory, you know. Gets hot, gets wet, gets wild. Well, you bet. The Cowboys are my team, and it's my dream to see them at the top. The Cowboys are my team, and it's my dream to see them at the top. The Cowboys are my team, and it's my dream to see them at the top. The Cowboys are my team, and it's my dream to see them at the top. If something's worth doing, it's worth doing well. To be winners at the end of the day, and reaching for the stars or going to hell. I'm with you all the way. The Cowboys are my team, and it's my dream to see you at the top. The Cowboys are my team, and it's my dream to see you at the top. The Cowboys are my team, and it's my dream to see you at the top. Cowboys are my team, and it's my dream to see them at the top. Cowboys, see them at the top. Cowboys, see them at the top.
Jeez, I didn't even have to sit here and listen to it, and even I forgot just how utterly terrible that Cowboys song is. Look, I don't mind the Cowboys by any means, but still, for the sole reason that I don't want to have to listen to their theme song, I don't like. I actively actually wish badly on them. I don't want them to win when I'm streaming. It's so bad. Nice jersey is fire. I agree, Lorenzo. I think their jersey is very, very good this year. Still, you know, got the sponsor issue, same as previous years, but it's not bad. It's certainly not bad. Something to note. You can see now the scoreboard for the next game, not on my screen, but on the Fox broadcast. The Dragons' new logo being used by Fox. Was that the case last year? Am I just forgetting? Because they've, for a little while, been kind of phasing into the new modern style of their logo. Their old one is very complex. It's not very good for modern needs. But that's quite a big step, I think, if they've asked Fox to use their simplified logo rather than their actual logo. Quite a big thing. All right, we've got 5 minutes before the next game. Let's go through the teams. and then I will actually get a chance to eat something and satisfy my incredible hunger. Alrighty. So, Knights quite heavy favourites for this one. That's interesting. I didn't notice that much of a gap in quality. We'll start with the Dragons. Tyrell Sloan at the back. In terms of players with a point to prove, I think this is a real make or break season for him. Christian Tuipulotu, I rate the winger very, very highly. David Farley, as well as Setu too, are two players who have been regarded to have had one of the better preseasons at the Dragons. Both kind of older players. I think Farley might be 29. 25. Wow, okay. I massively oversaid that. Setu 2 maybe is a bit older. One of them was definitely older. But anyway, they've earned their starting spots here in this trial. Matthew Fionney as well, a player who's sort of been in and around for quite a while, 24 years old now. Not so much a point to prove, but will want a starting spot, and I'm not sure he's going to get it. Liking King Tonga in at 6. We've seen a lot of him in first grade. Cade Reed, I think a newer player, not too familiar with him. Kerr back at the club, starting in the front row with Toby Couchman. Ryan Couchman back from injury. I'm pretty sure he's the Couchman that got injured last season. Starting in the back row. Toby sort of surpassed him, I think, quite a bit now. So Ryan will want to respond to that. Jacob Allengar, who I rate so highly. I think he will definitely be one who will be looking for a spot in the 17 for the Dragons. They've got such a good young forward pack, and he's an absolute highlight of it, in my opinion. Moving to the players that they've got on the bench, we've got Loco Pacifici Tonga, who's played NRL. I'm not sure these other players have, though. So, Blake Laurie. Blake Laurie definitely has. And I said this on Bloke. Look at how much he's slimmed down. I'm looking forward to seeing, like, was it just a good camera? We'll see how he goes in today's game, but he looks a lot slimmer. From a Knights perspective, Fletcher Hunt at the back, James Schiller starting on the wing. Both players who have played on the wing in the NRL. I'm not sure that they'll be in the 17 for the Knights, but they'll be in and around it for sure. Wilson DeCourcy, heard a lot about him from Knights fans. Look out for him for sure. Greg Marju should be a starting winger. Fletcher Sharp and Sanders Smith. This is where it gets interesting. They will very much be competing for the spot next to Dylan Brown. We don't know which one of them it will be. I'd be going with Sanders Smith at 7, Dylan Brown at 6. Enough said. But anyway, that's very much an open question. Jacob Safidi, his reputation precedes him. Trey Mooney. Actually, sorry, Harrison Graham I'll talk about. Signing for the Dolphins. When it comes to the 9 at Newcastle, you've got Phineas Crossland, who enjoys playing there, but is also a bit of a 13. Other than that, now with Jaden Brantley gone, there's a spot there. So Harrison Graham will be one of the players looking to fill it. Trey Mooney, I think, is a guy who will very much be looking to be a forward leader. Leo Thompson is now departed the club. Mooney will be looking to step into that role. Thomas Cant and Brodie Jones are both very good, reliable back rowers. I rate Brodie Jones particularly highly. And Frizzell, what is there to say about him? Very, very good veteran player in the game. Their bench is, I think, where it gets stronger. Gamble, Croker, Arthur, Salo, all very reliable NRL players. Oh my God, I've just seen Dominic Young. Dominic Young's on the screen. I miss him so much at the Roosters. And then you've got guys like Connor Vitano, Asu Kapoa, who both played NRL. I'm pretty sure Vitano has played NRL. Elijah Celeste Leo Moana, I think, has as well. That was just off the dome, by the way, that pronunciation. Didn't expect to say it, but anyway. They've got a stronger bench. So I think that what we'll have is, in this game, a very cagey first half, but I think the second half is where we'll see maybe a bit more of a Newcastle dominance. So yeah. I'm going to try and eat a bit throughout this game and try not to give too much ASMR. So I'll try and mute throughout it. I have a terrible record of eating on stream. I just don't ever actually find the time. I get distracted. And then at the end of the stream, I look down, I have 2-hour-old food that's freezing beneath me. But anyway. They update Knights photos, but not Holbrooks. Oh, I just moved the chat. Whoops. A lot of the Knights photos weren't updated. Some of them were, some of them were not. So I'm not sure what the story is there, but anyway. Leaguie, did you move house? I did. So I've been in my family home in Sydney for the last few months, but I'm now back down in Canberra for uni. And I'm in a new room. But that is why there's nothing behind me. But there will be. There will be once the trials are done. So. As a Dogs fan, I'm not entirely upset about it. We had a shocking first half, but I'm happy about how the second half went. Definitely had a bit of a fire under our asses. I would be happier after that game if I was a Dogs fan than I would be if I was a Cowboys fan. Hot take. Is your new room better? It's exactly the same as my old one. Exactly the same. What are you eating? I'll show you what I'm eating. I cooked this. Oh, there's the kickoff. I'll also show you what I'm eating though. Oh, it's like chicken, lentils, rice, egg, spring onion, normal onion. Oh, and straight away knock off from the Dragons. Straight away, go on. Try and score now. If they had spun the ball there, that would have been absolutely wild. Trey Mooney's looking very, very good, by the way. The physicality of him, my God, he's got a hell of a body. Hell of a body. I'm not too mad to admit that. They're looking good. Oh, that's a knock on there from the Knights. There was pressure from the Dragons outside backs. Good defensive win. And Jacob Halangahu is up and about. But who was the center that made the read? It's Setu 2. It was, in fact, the winger. I thought it was the center. I thought it must have been the center. But anyway, no, Setu 2. That was a great defensive read. Came up. It was Josh Curry who made the error off the kickoff. Trey Mooney picks it up. Look at the size of him. My God. And yeah, great work. It was Carl McCarthy who knocked it on. Is Jermaine McEwen playing in this game? He's not. I'm thinking he was named earlier in the week, though. He must have pulled out for something. Maybe he wasn't named earlier in the week, but I was looking forward to seeing him, actually. Oh, yeah, Setu 2, I think last season was at the Warriors. Why is Simi Sasangi still on the Knights team? On Nrl.com, I know. It's crazy. Crazy. Hello, George. Good to see you. Short ball. Trey Mooney now. Close to the line. They're within 5 meters. Wait, hang on. How is this Newcastle ball? I thought Newcastle knocked on into the Dragons. Anyway. Is that a knock on now? Yes, it is. So, a frantic start to the game, but maybe not the highest of quality starts, let's say. Lorenzo, were you joking? I assume you're joking. Sorry, I'm waiting to hear from Lorenzo. NRL head says he's joking, but I want to hear from Lorenzo. Just maybe Lorenzo knows something you don't, NRL head. Another knock on for the Dragons. Sorry, guys. I'm a little rattled. I want to... Lorenzo, are you in chat? Can you just say... Okay, he's joking. He's joking. Sorry if it was offensive. Yeah, so, I mean, Winston's a good mate of mine. Yeah, no. Sorry. I didn't detect that you were joking. It's hard to communicate tone over text, so... Yeah, you just said he was rushed to hospital, and I was like, Jesus. Okay, sorry. I'll try and forget that. But yeah, no, Winston's a very good mate of mine. That would have been, that was a horrible thought, actually, to have. Anyway, who is the commentator? It's Dan Ganane. It's Dan Ganane. I knew that Winston's car broke down, but I heard from the chat. He didn't tell me personally. Mooney with a run. Mooney with a run. Graham in a dummy half. Gives it across to find Sanders Smith. Now Sharp. Is he blonder than usual? I think he's blonder than usual. Anyway, that Knights kit looks so good. I love the vertical stripes. Hunt now. Tries to get an offload. He won't. Well, now he does. Harrison Graham will get a chance at the line. Spinning. Won't quite get there. One more to go in the set here. Okay, yeah. Dean, to be fair, I know I'm not rushed to hospital. There was a good chance that Winston was, though, so... Kick there from Fletcher Hunt. Way up in the air will be a 50-50 chance that that's knock on Dragons. Sorry, knock on Knights. Then it's knock on Dragons. So it was ruled back off Knights, then forwards from Dragons. The ball handling has been awful. Truly awful. Good run there from Wilson to Corsi. Yet another full set on the Dragons line here for Newcastle. They need points. They need points. That Knights kit is a Knights kit. It is a Knights kit. And in previous seasons, I don't feel that it has been a Knights kit. But the vertical stripes, it just has to be a Knight. It just has to be. All right. Oh, intercept there. Sanders Smith has thrown it and is annoyed with himself. But it's Cade Reed, I think it is. Yes, their head-geared halfback who reached up. That's worrying signs for Newcastle. Look, the man who is now the head coach, Justin Holbrook, has been the architect of the Roosters attack in previous seasons. And it has, 2024, it was the best attack in the comp. From memory, maybe it was 2023. It was the best attack in the comp. But that has been a rough period for them attacking-wise. A very rough period for them. Yeah, no, it's okay, Lorenzo. It's okay. I get it. And the misunderstanding was because of tone. I read it very literally. And I didn't think it had happened. But like, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. So, I didn't want to play it off as a joke and then it wasn't a joke. That would have been way worse for me, so. Yes. RS Botter, I think that's your name. It's exclusive to Foxhole and KO. So yeah. Yeah, Danny, Mooney's always had that build. He's a big boy as that ball goes over the sideline there. More attacking woes for Newcastle. But he's huge. He's huge. I've got question marks around him. Because he's been a very, very dominant reserve grade player for a while. I think he captained New South Wales under 21s, maybe. Very good in that arena, but although the Raiders forward pack is brilliant and hard to crack into, he's been in around it for a lot of years and never really looked likely, you know? In years where Corey Horsburgh struggled, he still didn't get all that much game time. So that makes me a bit worried, but fresh start at Newcastle could be exactly what he needed, and I really do hope that that's the way it turns out for him. Excuse me, sorry I have to eat. I'm so hungry. So hungry. Sanders Smith with the ball. Only on the second. Fighting Mooney underneath him. One of my best mates growing up was called Mooney. Hello, Wales is just mid. That's a great username. Sanders Smith kicking behind on the third. And Cade Reed gets the ball and gets out of the in-goal. Cade Reed has come up with some brilliant plays considering in this Dragons side, he is not one of the established players. He took the intercept, and now it's tracked back to take that click. Sanders Smith is very much running this game, though. And I think that's very interesting. Because if they view Dylan Brown as a 6, which I think they probably do, given Sanders Smith the 7 jersey for this game is notable in terms of the attacking style that they'll be delivering. So, yeah, it has exactly that. Yeah, Leaguie was great off ACL recovery. It's a very good point. Very good point. That's great, Ollie. I'd be very happy to see the Netherlands do well in cricket. Let's go. What drum heads do you use? Is this... I said recently I can play piano with a bit of drums. Is that why you're asking? When I say a bit of drums, I mean a bit of drums. I have very good rhythm, and I know which ones to hit. But I'm not... Like, I never had any lessons or anything. Sea Phantom, I did not hear the song. I saw the title had Syria in it, and I clicked off it immediately. So, yeah. NRL head, what's this about Riley? I haven't really seen any chats from Riley. Hello, Noah, by the way. Good to see you. Oh, there we go. There's some chats from Riley. I'm not up to date with the Riley lore, but anyway, please be nice. On the second here, after forcing an error, the Dragons have their first attacking chance in this game, and it would be devastating for the Newcastle Knights if they can capitalize on this one at the first time of asking. Run there from Couchman. Sea Phantom, Syria is not part of North Queensland, and that's mainly the main reason why it wasn't good. Reed, at the back. Pass was not quite on the money there for King Tonga, and it had its impact. I think they're going to say knock on Newcastle here, though. Yeah, it is. Peter Goff rules knock on. Noah says, how are you doing today? I'm happy. I'm happy, bro. Rugby League is back. I've had I've sort of relaxed a bit over the last couple of days, but I've got a lot of cleaning up to do after this. Packing, moving house, and all that stuff. So, but I'm glad. I'm glad footy's back. It's a good build-up as well. Just sort of entree having 2 games, and then into a full calendar of it next week. When is the World Club Challenge, by the way? Club Challenge 2026. I can confirm Friday, 20th of February, 6:30 a.m. Wow. Wow. I'm gonna give that a hard maybe. Maybe even a probably, per chance. But that's just before, that's a couple days before the charity match, so. Happy is a synonym for gay? Yeah, more like gay is a synonym for happy, if that makes sense. And certainly an outdated one. But yeah. I've been concerned. Oh, nice little offload there from Sanders Smith. In fact, that's lovely interchange of passing. Again, what I was going to say was I've been concerned with the ball handling. That was a really nice play, and that one I can forgive going to ground. But I know that preseason is about blowing out the cobwebs. But my concern has been that this is now the second game where both sides have really struggled to just hold the ball. And yeah, that'll happen, but still, Who's the World Club Challenge against this year? Hull Kingston Rovers. Won their first ever Super League title. Hayden, I have to say no. And I think the Warriors can make the 8. Definitely. And them not making the 8, I think, is more to do with the fact that I think there's teams who didn't make the 8 who will improve. I think the Dolphins will go up. I think Souths are a very good chance of going up into the 8. So not everyone can make it. Not everyone can make it. Basically is my thinking there. All right, on the third hit, Couchman there with a run. I'm looking particular towards Ryan Couchman, the number 11 as opposed to the number 10. I think he's really got a big point to prove. Run there from the dummy half. But anyway, King Tonga now. Across to find Reed. Tyrell Sloan with the ball. They've got numbers out there. Step back inside. Now Reed's got it. Puts boot to ball. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's stunning. Oh, that's the try of 2026. Close the door. That is beautiful.
He's Houdini! He's Houdini! Put him in the sucker! Put him somewhere! He's too good for this game!
Jesus, that was like Cristiano Ronaldo would have been proud of that one. My goodness. That was beautiful. When Sloan made the pass here, I was like, okay, I feel like he's gone a bit early there. They were allowed to slide. But back inside, Reed gets it, puts a kick in behind. Beautiful. Oh. That's magnificent. He has come up with 3 brilliant plays so far in this game, and it's only been 13 minutes. Cade Reed, who would have thought? That's wonderful. And a bounce from heaven as well. Is the drama playing out now? It all kind of kicked off just before the stream, and I was like, I do not have time for this. I need to get ready. That's sick. That's sick. Lorenzo, good question. I would say Roosters. South Sydney. And St. George Illawarra have. I don't know. Roosters and South, I think, are 2 of them, though. Reed to convert his own try. Bang. 6 points to 0. I said this before. They've got a lot of good established players in this game here, the Dragons, but Cade Reed has been the shining light of them so far by a bit of a margin. It's been brilliant to see in the young half. What's this about? Coco? Breaking news, the goodest girl isn't in the background, and I'm sad. Fans demand a photo of Coco to be on the wall. Oh, they were right. Over to Dylan for the sports. Coco is my dog, for those of you who are new. And yeah, she's been in the background of a lot of streams lately. No, I do not intend to have Coco have a picture on the wall. But I will very happily show you a picture of Coco. Very, very happily. I'm now realizing I don't have many photos of Coco on my phone. Recently. Here we go. That was her pretty much on stream the other day. So, she's an old girl now. She's an old girl. Will you be live for Panthers and Cowboys next week? Almost certainly. I will try and do all the games next week. Pending my own availability, I will try and do all of them. But I'm not sure. Alright, on the 4th here. 25 minutes left to go in this first half, so 15 gone in the game. I wish that they did it the other way around. Rather than saying how long is left in the half, how long has gone. It's way better. Oh, no, sorry. Specifically for Cowboys and Panthers, I will not be live. Because I'll be going to the Raiders and Storm game before that. I need to double check if I'm available for that. Anyway. Ooh, Frizzell injured. Oh, HIA. Okay, that's not quite as bad. With a veteran player like him, you're always kind of worried that it might be an injury, but anyway. Okay, cool. Now I'll be good for to go to that Raiders game. So if any of you are going to see Footy Oval, come along, say hello. Would absolutely love to see as many of you there as possible. Would be cool. I heard a ding ding there. 6 more. Harrison Graham out to find Fletcher Sharp. Now for Sanders Smith. There was numbers out there if they'd gone at the back, but instead they went short, and it's Brodie Jones. Gets an offload. Tell you what, there's numbers there, and they'll score here easy. That was beautiful there from Fletcher Sharp. And it's Kyle McCarthy who will get that try and get the Knights back on the board. So, I very much think the way that this game has gone so far, Newcastle should have got more points, but they will take level scores given the amount of field position that they had to start the game. That was nice. They've been very expansive in their style, and it makes sense. A Holbrook team will play attacking footy. We saw him at the Titans before. It's all offloads. And Fletcher Sharp really did take a lot of responsibility on that play. Got the ball to his winger, and it was or to his centre, and it was great work in the end. Newcastle, nice try. Hello, Max. Good to see you. Hasman, yeah, Ryan Cashman being back is great. I was at the game where he got injured, and when a player gets injured in round 1 and is out for the year, there's so much build up to the season, all the preseason camps, all the training that they've done. It just must be the most devastating thing to get injured on round 1. But especially for a young guy, right? But for him to come back, we'll see how he goes. Forwards often do take a bit more time to come back from an ACL injury and get back to their very, very best. But I back him. The Dragons' young forward pack is the best in the comp. It is the best young forward pack in the comp. They have regenerated themselves so well. I really think in recent seasons, as Sanders Smith misses the conversion, the Dragons would be one of the least attractive teams to go to. By far. If I was a young player, I would not have wanted to go there. Ben Hunt dramas, almost rotation of old guys coming in, doing a bit of a job, going out. For them to have got Toby Couchman, Ryan Couchman, Jacob Halangahu, Hamish Stewart, Dylan Egan, all these dudes, whose average age from memory when I calculated it is 20.8. It's crazy work. Loco, Pacific Tonga, that's another one. They're going to be a problem if they can keep them together. An absolute problem. Max says, how do we grow the international game? How many hours do you want to be here for? How many hours do you want to be here for? A basic level of investment would be good. From the NRL. And for them to not lock out teams from something like the Rugby League World Cup in the way that the Australian Rugby League Commission did for this World Cup, yeah, that'd be a good step for sure. So Tess? Sorry, the dark blue names, they're terrible. On face value with that statement, I agree, right? Fletcher Sharp's a very good player. But he's not their best one, Kalen Ponga is. He's not their best 6, Dylan Brown is. And he's not their best 7, Sanders Smith is. So, I wouldn't be having him in those positions. No, Dean, I cannot confirm or deny that I'm human. My lawyer has told me not to talk about that specifically, so... Yeah, Hasman, I think Chester will get a chance. It's just, you know, again, back from an ACL. But apparently he's going to play in the centers. Unless, did he get injured again? Or am I misremembering? Yeah, I don't back Newcastle this year much. I think they won't get the spoon, but I don't think they'll be in the finals hunt, really. In my opinion. So, solid run there from Ryan Couchman. I feel like I'm going to call Ryan Couchman Rouchman, and I'm going to call Toby Couchman Touchman. I think that works. Good run from Rouchman. That I like. Brown with Kalen will be a problem. Yeah, just to get eyes off each other. Particularly with Kalen Ponga. When you play the Knights, you're just looking, okay, where's Kalen? Now you've got 2 spots to look at, and it's going to have a really, really big impact. So, who's going to win the World Cup? Australia are the most likely team. They're also the team that I would like to win the least. So, I'd be going for literally anybody else. Oh no, Rashman. Rashman's got a head injury. No, not my Pookie Bear. Can Dylan confirm or deny that this is not pre-recorded while he is out committing consensual or respecting other people? I cannot do that. No. Although, is there something you'd like me to do to prove somehow? Oh, he got sat on. He got absolutely sat on by, I think, DeCourcy. Poor Rouchman. Got up eventually, but yeah, he will go for a HIA surely. Why are you not supporting Australia? Because I support Rugby League more than I support... Well, it's actually... No, that's not true. It's not that I support Rugby League before I support Australia. I support Rugby League before I support Australia in Rugby League. I would rather Australia as a country do well than Rugby League as a sport. But within Rugby League, Australia winning does nothing. We do not care. How many of you still give an absolute 2/3 of a damn that we won the Ashes, Rugby League Ashes? How many of you care? When was the last time you thought about, oh yeah, I'm glad Australia won the Rugby League Ashes against England? Whereas we still think about when Tonga beat Australia back in 2019, you know? So if Tonga, Samoa, even New Zealand, England can win a World Cup, do so much for the game. The Ranger says me, Dean says I do. Okay, look, fair enough. Fair enough. My counterpoint would be, that is, you think about it way, way less than people from those countries would. I'm sure you think about it when I bring it up, when someone brings it up, but not independently. I doubt it has occurred to many of you recently, basically, is what I'm saying. Leaguie, don't you find it a bit ironic, the guy who got sat on is named Couchman? It's actually a very good point. It's actually a very good point. And there are more ironies in Rugby League as well, like that. Sam Walker often runs. You know, that's not what it says on the tin. It's not his job to run. His job's to walk, but he does. And I think that shows a lot about club spirit. You got Bradman Best, who is objectively not the best center in the game. Dominic Young, who's getting on, literally. Fletcher Sharp, when he's actually quite a not a round person, but he's, you know, you couldn't cut anything using Fletcher Sharp. I'd say that's pretty misleading. Thomas Kent, when obviously, as we're seeing right now, Thomas Kent. So I think the whole sport is littered with little ironies like this. Leaguey gets numb legs when he sees a couple on a date. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that's beginning to argue. So, all right, Dragons up to halfway. Yeah, Couchman is off the field. I'm now trying to think of other ironies in the names. So Fale, oh, that's a poor knock on there for Christian Tuipulotu. It's not Tuipulotu, it's 2. Right, so they've got the 3 playing inside the 5. That's not confusing at all. What sports do you support Australia in? Everything other than rugby league. Everything other than rugby league. Leaguie doesn't have KO. I have Foxtel Go. It's the same thing, pretty much. One moment. Sorry, just had to blow my nose. Josh Adokar is clearly not a car. He's a human. Yeah, he's never added cars either. To anything, really. So, Josh drink water when I've seen him drink Gatorade on multiple occasions. Valentine Holmes and Valentine Mansions walks in. I've gone a different way with that joke. Oh, intercept! Intercept! Are we going to hear our first goodbye? We surely are. Goodbye! I'm calling it. We didn't get it from Dan Ganane himself, though. I had to play it. Love that, though. Setu 2. Let's go. Nice. I mean, he didn't really have to extend that much. The chase wasn't brilliant. He sort of cantered towards the end, but that's nice. That's nice play. Very, very nice play. Can you broadcast the game or will you get copyright? I will get copyright. Yes. No, the Valentine Homes, Valentine Mansions. I've said Valentine Homes when Valentine Housing Crisis walks in. Add in Fanoa Blake when add and subtract him. Wait, no, when subtract in Fanoa Blake walks in. Junior Paolo when Senior Paolo walks in. Setu 2 is more than a 2. That's actually so true. He's absolutely at least Setu 6 looking at him. I mean, with that rat tail, it brings a 2 to a 6 by far. By far. Max says, imagine playing for the Kangaroos knowing that your fab doesn't support you winning. If you mean fan, I mean, I'm not a Kangaroos fan. I am Australian. But no, look, if I was... It's hard for me to say, right? But if I was an NRL player and I was eligible for Australia and also eligible for a Pacific Island, I would never really consider playing for Australia. I could say that not being in that position, so take it with a grain of salt. But the sport, rugby league wins when the Kangaroos lose. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. We're going to have a lot more discussions like this at the end of the year when the Rugby League World Cup comes around, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Hasman says, Blake Laurie is clearly not doing a Bachelor of Law at ANU. Can confirm it's not, seeing as I would probably know if he was being doing that. Have you watched the tennis? The Australian Open? I did. Yeah. Yeah, Dean, I'm half Mauritian, but Mauritius doesn't have a rugby league team, so... Oh, Tiger, I was like, what do you mean Dane Laurie is not a British truck? And I'm trying to think of British truck companies, but like Danish lorry. Is Dane short for Danish? That's actually a very good question. I'll have to ask him. Richard, ANU support is not ideal. Not ideal. Anyway, 14 minutes left to go inside this first half. On the third here, Couchman. That's Couchman it is. Oh, that's well read there by the nice defensive line there. Ball has come free, though, and David Fale is the man who has knocked it on. So it's an error out of their own end from the Dragons. It's interesting, because as I've said, the Knights bench is way stronger, and reserves way stronger. So I do think Newcastle will finish this game in a better spot than the Dragons. If Newcastle score here and it goes to 12-10, I think I'm back in Newcastle for the rest of the game. Richard, Leaguie, please what? Yeah, Tiger, it would be so awesome if Moses pledged his allegiance to Lebanon. By the way, speaking of Lebanese players, I'm now a LinkedIn connection with Robbie Farrell. And Ben Eichen. That's crazy. I don't know why these people want to be linked in connections with me. Well, I invited them. I don't know why they accepted, but yeah. Richard, I have not been to any other unis in Canberra other than ANU, so. Oh, Sharp nearly knocked that one on, but he holds it well. On the 30, so 3 tackles right on the Dragons line. I think it's Matt Arthur who's on the field. Yes, it is. Oh, and he kicks it. I think he's got it. Provided, as Danganay says, provided the player is onside here, I think it's Brodie Jones. They've given it a try. They've given it a try. We will check this for onside. I have the night sound.
Long live
That caught me off guard.
Newcastle Knights. Long live the Newcastle Knights.
That didn't quite hit as hard as I would have hoped. It was just a dude singing with an acoustic guitar, but that's nice. I'm not sure he's onside. I don't know. I think we've got a bit to look at here. It was great work there, though, from Matt Arthur. Grounding's fine, but... Richard, what did I say about University of Canberra? He might be onside. He might be onside. What do they call you, Legman, your fans? What they call me, Legman. Mostly. Because it went from Leaguie to Leaguie man to Leggy man to Legman. A lot of people don't get that, though. A lot of, like... Like, I think it was Nrl Head was talking to Retro Rugby League and referred to me as Legman. And Retro was like, who is Legman? And it doesn't really, like, it's not logical. You wouldn't think Leaguey. It's 12-8? Oh, yeah, it's 12-8. My bad. I'll roll this again. I don't have a, like, on-goal button. God damn, those lentils are good. I can cook. I'll tell you that. I can cook. Must be the ethnic genes. Alright. Kick there from Sanders Smith. Straight as an arrow. Unfortunately, not between the sticks. Stays 12 points to 8. Kat says, so you've got nice legs. Why are you called Legman? I do not... Well, I don't have especially nice legs. The reason why I'm named Legman is not to do with my legs. As I said, it's the Leaguie to Leaguie man to Leggy man to Leg man. Here we go. Dane Gagai when Finn Gagai, Swede Gagai, and Norwegian Gagai walks in. What if it's Dane Gagai when Finn Gagirl walks in? Crazy work. Let's call it Winston, got it. That's nice. His legs are just your average bloke's legs. I don't know. I don't look at blokes' legs very much, so I don't know where mine stand on the scale. But but it is what it is. That's not the reason why I'm called Legman. Does Legman have a leg fetish? A little bit. A little bit. Ben Hartman, Ben Gathers walks in. Oh, you guys are funny. That was a 6 again there. It's Knights with the ball. 10 minutes have to go in the first half. See, if you're here for commentary, you're in the wrong place. We don't commentate the game. We just chat when the game is on. All right, Matt Arthur out of dummy half. He's a guy who's got a lot of big raps on him. I back him. I think he's going to be a very, very talented young player. On the 4th here, Hunt with a kick over the top. Run was obstructed, but it's going to be taken dead there by the Dragons. Why does Legman have Superman's chin? I don't know. I've noticed this recently. I don't know if I've always had this, but I've got the butt chin. I thought I heard a song that, like a very obscure song that they were playing at the ground. But no, Knights were singing. Okay, they went short. Knights have got through. Jeez, it was James Schiller who nearly broke free completely. He's still going. And so you just like, forgive the... He has. Forgive the phrasing of this, but I can't think of a better way to say it. James Schiller has just shit-posted a try. That is an absolute shit-post of a try. I'm saying it. I don't care. I'm putting it out there. That was a shit post. He's like, do you know what would be funny? in the current meme economy, if I caught it off the short drop out there, I've just go straight through to a Paladu and just beat like 6 guys basically. After I'm tackled, yeah, he's tackled there. No, he's tackled there. He's tackled. It's not a try. It's not a try. It's not a try. It's tackled. It's not a try. It would have been a shit post of a try, but it's tackled. Yeah, it's tackled. Donation. I miss Dean has donated saying Meta cars lived in a car junkyard for dead cars. I think that's correct. I think that is actually correct. Bit of a weird dude. Yeah. Tackle's completed. Still though, they'll get a full set on the Dragons line here. All right, Tiger, let's see if I can do this impression. Gonna get my US Southern accent in. My name's Mater, and I'll be your waiter. It's not bad. It's not my best. But I'm pretty happy with it. Take the try away. Oh yeah, good point. Do we have a no try? Oh my god, we do. I completely forgot about that. Leaguie, have you enjoyed streaming us tonight? I have. We've still got a long way to go yet. Sharp with a great catch there. Does a bit of a dummy. I tell you what, he's bloody close. Doesn't quite get there. Peter Goff has to rush up. The pink headgear. Yeah, they mentioned Jamie Soward. It's very Jamie Soward. Sanded over the top. And now Schiller will score. Oh my god, what a put down. What? Okay, you know what? Okay. Wait. The last try was a shit post. But that was a bit of a shit post as well. He had no reason to do a front flip when he scored. No reason. Absolutely no reason. He could have just... Look, there was pressure, but he could have done a regulation dive. Instead, he's like, do you know what would be funny? In the current meme economy, I'm going to do a forward front flip. What the hell? We got to change shit post. It's a shit post. Absolutely no need. Absolutely no need. Completely unnecessary. In fact, he's very nearly on the line. I think he's in, but he wouldn't have had to go that close to the sideline if he hadn't been James Schillerit posting. Anyway, we'll have a look. Of course we'll have a look. We'll see. Excuse me. Bloody leaked into the stratosphere for no reason. Exactly that. Try is confirmed. Ah. What a crazy little period James Schiller has just given us. The professional shit poster. I know this might be a bad time, but you owe me $32,000 in legal fees. I could do meta. A bit. So practice would be good. This music is funky, you're right. No. I keep hearing Kieran Foran come in, and I think it's Matty Johns. Kick there from Sandon. Oh, it's close up, but still out wide. 12 points apiece. As I've said, Newcastle will finish this game stronger than St George Illawarra. So, it's good from a Newcastle perspective here. He still did well, even though it was a no try. He did very, very well to get up and go again. And reach out. But yeah, what a shitpost. Are kids still banned off social media? They're supposed to be. Yeah, they're definitely supposed to be. Evidently, they are not actually banned. Just hasn't really happened. I often ask the people in my Discord, most of whom are under 16. But yeah, they're still able to watch. I was fully thinking these live streams will be dead next year because most of my viewers are under 16. Well, most of my engaged viewers. That's not true that most of my viewers are. But the ones that chat are. And they won't be able to watch. Evidently, they're able to watch. Newcastle Knights, when old cottage days walks in. They're doing a lot. I admire the creativity. Bit of a mouthful, but yeah. Richard, I really don't care between the two. Functionally the same, in my opinion. What's the Discord server? One of my Discord mods, can you send the link? Well, actually, it has to be one of the YouTube mods. But yeah, anyway, it's in the About section of my YouTube channel if you want to go to it. Hasman, yeah, that's a good point. 3 out of 3 misses for Sandy. Get Brodie Jones in. I mean, I'd be inclined to get James Schiller in. See if he can try and shitpost a conversion. Is that a knock-on from him? We've got a whistle here. I think they're going to say knock-on Newcastle. Yeah, they are. Twitch is so tough, non-mods could generate the Discord link. That just kind of means that Twitch doesn't moderate very effectively. Oh yeah, I forgot we have Nightbot. Completely forgot that I did that. It's been some time. It's been some time. Will Blake Brayley be on New South Wales hooker? No, they're saying GTR fan. Not straight off the bat, although I do think he's better than Reece Robson. I think what combination Robson has with Watson at the Roosters will determine, I think, whether he plays or not. See Phantom, nah, all good. Not keen to see you do it again. They were 5 of the most stressful minutes of my career, knowing that your tyranny could be subjected upon us at any given moment. So, will you stream any soccer? Highly doubt it. Maybe World Cup. Maybe. If I was ever going to do it, it would be that. But I just, at the best of times, I don't really watch soccer. I follow it quite in depth. Was that called in goal? No, it wasn't. I follow it, but like by watching highlights or like keeping up with the scores and all that, the social media, not really by actually watching the games. So, oh, fine, Reckless, do it. Yeah, you can give him mod for 5 minutes on Discord. Thoughts on Angus Crichton leaving the Roosters? Says Max. Yeah, I knew it was coming. I'm not surprised. I'm glad that he's not going to another NRL team. But I think it's actually kind of what's best for both parties. I rate him very highly. But Crichton's won, Origin, won a comp at the Roosters, has nothing to prove really. Won a World Cup for Australia. And for the Roosters, we've got the likes of Siwa Wong, Celeste Fighetti, Blake Steep, Egan Butcher, young guys. Nafahu White recently re-signed, but these guys will be commanding bigger coin. And I think it's a good sign that we're going to get to keep those guys together. So yeah. Get Kane Reid to kick for the Knights. Get him to turn the jersey inside out like they did in junior footy. I'll do shirts versus skins. What you got to do is get shirts versus skins, but get Dom Young on the field. He's currently not playing in this game. No special reason why. Just I feel that would be nice, generally speaking. 6 more. So Rauschman is back on the field. Must have passed his HIA. Who is this homie with the pink hair gear? I can't see his number. He's facing the wrong way. He's number 20. Isaiah Fagalilo. Mario donated again. What's the total? What's the total now? $114. That's unconstitutional. I tell you what, if this is the way that it goes for the rest of this year, by God, I'm doing this as a career. Leaguie is a man of the world. How would you describe the state of the Super League? Oh, thank you for calling me a man of the world. That's very flattering. The state of the Super League is conservative. It has an inherent desire to stay small because there's fans of clubs who are from small towns and they know if the sport grows, their teams will not be in first division anymore. Intercept here. I will talk about it in a moment, but Sanders Smith, he's got legs. It's being chased there by Cade. He's looking to get an offload away. He doesn't get an offload away. And he drops it. Oh my God, that is brilliant. Brilliant work there from Cade Reid. He's man of the match so far, for sure. As the two teams come together. Sanders Smith has legs. That was unreal from Cade Reid. Of course, the former Rooster drops the ball. Well, that's why he's not a Rooster anymore. No, Max, my mods do not get paid. I do not have the money to do that, really. Although, maybe I do now if donations keep going this way. But yeah. Damn. That's great work from Cade. On the Super League, just quickly. Yeah, so if I'm from Castleford, a town of 40,000 people, Super League team, I know that if Toronto Wolfpack, was successful, London Broncos, other teams in Europe, Castleford are not going to be at that top level anymore. So I kind of don't want the sport to grow, and that really exists as a thought process over there. Not everyone thinks it, certainly, but enough people think it for it to be important. Crowds are okay. TV ratings, to my memory, are not. It would be great if it was on free-to-air television over there. Challenge Cup is on the BBC, but Super League isn't. So, yeah. That's brilliant from Cade Reed. I tell you, you know what? Given that he's the number 7, there's going to be a lot of Dragons fans saying, Kyle Flanagan is getting picked over this guy. How? Based on one game. But he's done so well. He's done so well. If the NRL grows, you think Sydney teams will be picked off one by one? That's the kind of thing that'd be the application of it in an NRL term. Dragons done very well to get the ball out there. I'll just commentate this last play, then answer that question. Played there. Tyrell Sloan now with the ball across to find Cade Reed. Will put a kick up. It's sort of, it was a bit deep there. Didn't quite get high enough to get the Dragons players enough time to get across to it. Yes, Richard, I think if the NRL does continue to grow, that would happen. We couldn't have as many Sydney teams as we have. Then again, I think we're a very, very long way away from that happening. I think we're more adding teams rather than moving teams or anything. But there's absolutely a world where once we get to, say, 20 teams, which I think is a good number, if we want to add in, say the Perth expansion helps us get more Chinese viewers. If we wanted a Shanghai team, we'd see amalgamations between Sydney clubs. I think that'd be the way to go. Or relocation of, say, Cronulla, Shanghai Sharks, big up. And then St. George Illawarra take, they're already above and below. I think that kind of makes a bit of sense. But yeah. Max says Rugby League should focus on France. There's growth potential, but I think Union is so endemic there. Football is so endemic there. Basketball's growing there. I don't think there's that much space for another major sport to grow. That is halftime. 12 points all. They've described it as a nice little contest, and I'm inclined to agree. This has been fun. It's been a lot more fun than the last game, let me tell you. I didn't know who anyone was in the last game. So it's been nice to actually be able to commentate the players that I know who their names are and stuff like that. I'm going to try and have another go at the timer. Damn, I feel bad for Sanders. I love Sanders Smith so much. He came along at a bad time at the Roosters where Sam Walker was there. Luke Keary was towards the end of his career, but, still... Ooh, I think I've got the clock to work. Hang on. I don't know. Now I can't see it on screen. Anyway. Whatever. Dolphins to Indonesia, Jakarta Dolphins. Don't mind that. No, I wouldn't move Dolphins. I'd be thinking Sydney teams probably. Leaguie, quickly check announcement on your server. Phantom is a genius. Oh my god. Okay, I will. Sure. I'll go back to the webcam. Yes, timer's working. I didn't do anything different. I just tried it randomly again, and now it's working. That's sick. That's so good. Yeah, in terms of what I've been thinking. Yeah, you know what? Okay, Reckless, that is actually very, very funny. That is very, very funny. With his 5 minutes of being a mod on the Discord, he said the lyrics are never going to give you up. Love that. Love that. What was I going to say? Compared to the first game, a higher standard. Again, they struggled in the early stages of that game with ball handling. But as I said at the time, that'll happen in preseason. The quality has been notably higher, and it has me excited. I think the Knights have shown a clear intent to play in a style that is attacking, free-flowing, and that will be I think a positive style for them with Dylan Brown and Caleb Ponga in particular. If Sanders Smith is the halfback, I think that sort of allows for that as well. Getting the ball then out to the wings of Dominic Young, Greg Marja, they could cause some damage. So I like that. I like that for them. The concern for me from a Knights perspective is their forward pack. But they've been fine in this game. They've been solid, so yeah. Tiger says Sharks have good support. Their stadium just sucks. True. I agree on both of those things. But then again, I kind of think you could say for any Sydney team that they've got good support. So, Richard Matthews, I'm pretty confident you are in my Discord server, bro. Pretty confident you are. I think I've seen you once or twice. I cannot agree with you, though, about the atmosphere at Shark Stadium. When it's good, it's very good. But for the vast majority of the time, it's just nothing. The sound evaporates. I find it a little bit embarrassing, to be honest, that we still play at a ground like that. But anyway. Send the Bulldogs to Lebanon, call them the Beirut Bulldogs. Apparently, there is streets in Lebanon named after rugby league clubs. I thought there was next to no existence of rugby league there, but I've had some Lebanese people tell me. They might have been trolling. I don't know, but I have been told. It's now called Ocean Protect Stadium. It is called Ocean Protect Stadium. I call it Shark Park. Look, if you've got something like Allianz Stadium, which has been called Allianz Stadium for a very, very long time, I will call it Allianz Stadium. But if you insist on changing the name of your ground every 2 seasons, screw you, I'm calling it Shark Park. Cannot be bothered to keep up with your corporate deals. I promise you, not once this season, not once, not a single time am I going to call it Ocean Protect Stadium. I'm not part of the contract. I'm not obligated to call it Ocean Protect Stadium. Do you call it Accor Stadium? I call it every now and then. I would say more Sydney Olympic Park, I think more often. But again, it has been Accor for a while now since it's been ANZ, so. Out of our head, I mean, it's the stadium is called Shark Park, but like the corporate sponsor, the naming sponsor is Ocean Protect, whatever it was, Stadium. I do still think Accor is more ANZ than it is Accor. So. The one that's interesting is Combat, because that used to be Bank West Stadium, and I remember the Hello Sport Boys saying, Combat came in too late, it'll always be Bank West Stadium. And then that just, after like 2 months, it was Combat Stadium, so. Alright, Holbrook delivering a team talk there, don't mind it. Yay, Cooper Cronk. I love Cooper Cronk. Yeah, Cade has absolutely announced himself in that first half, EB. I've been blown away. I had never heard of him before this, not once. But there have been 4 plays that he's done. He intercepted to start the game to stop a Newcastle attack. He then swept around the back to stop another Newcastle attack. Basically being where the fullback should have been. That was unreal. He then scored the try for himself, which was the best try that has been scored in this game so far, and in fact, the preseason challenge so far. I think we'll struggle to find one that's better than that. And then he chased down Sanders Smith. 4 unreal, big clutch plays. They've been great. Out of the 2 games, which has been the best so far? This one for sure. The other one was like, for most of the game, was a very, very slow burn until it became a contest. This has been a contest right from the start, so. I got to disagree with that. I don't think that it was going to be called Sperm Bank Stadium. Dragons look fit since when did Sloan beef up? Has he beefed up? I haven't really been looking closely at Sloan. But they do look fit. They do look fit, I will say that. I mean, I said that about Blake Laurie in particular. Richard, here we go. It says, you're my favorite YouTuber by far. You should be very proud of yourself for what you've accomplished. Well done, good chap. I tip my top hat to you. Wow. I was convinced that there was an insult coming there at some point. That's why I said, here we go. I was like, we're gonna get a troll here at the end, you know, whatever. But thank you, dude. Thank you. The growth has been beyond my wildest dreams. Absolutely beyond my wildest dreams. And the chances and opportunities I've had have been beyond my wildest dreams. And it has me very excited for what will be coming in 2026. I know what it will be. But I would not have said at the start of last year that there was any chance in hell I was going to be on Bloke in a Bar like 6 times. Or whatever it's been. So, yeah. Would you ref a grand final? God, no. If I had stuck to refereeing, which I did when I was a kid, I think I could have been a very good ref, but no. Sea Phantom says, I propose you make Parramatta, Penrith, and Canterbury join the Tigers. Just all have one encompassing Western Sydney team. I'm sure that team would last more than 15 minutes. So what, are we calling it the Penrith Matter, Western Bankstown, Paneal Tiger Dogs? I think that's what the Tigers need. Another merger. Another merger. If it didn't work the first time, second time, you know what they say, is the charm. Tiger Walker says, what would you do if I wasn't a part of your fan base? Retire instantly. I would straight up just be like, all right, bye. But thankfully, you are part of my fan base. I always forget that the chat disappears when I do that. I always forget. I really should stop doing that joke. I love that joke, though. It's a funny joke. But yeah, I should stop doing that. The chat will come back. Here we go. Nrl Head says, Leaguie, when dogs are good, dogs are the biggest Sydney team. I don't know. Look, you get the biggest crowds, for sure. I think Souths are still bigger. Especially given that it's consistent. I don't think it's a flex necessarily to have the most bandwagoners, basically. Which is what the Dogs, at least historically, have had. Now Lorenzo's saying, thank you for bringing light to my weekends. You bring me joy every time you stream. Dude, what's with the praise? Have I, like, is this a Make-A-Wish stream? Have I been brainwashed into forgetting some sort of terminal illness that I have? You guys are being overly nice to me. Why? Something's wrong. What's going on? What's going on? Richard, yeah, that I remember that game. It was actually very good, Wolf Mother performing there. I didn't realize it was them at first. Obviously, they've got their one song and they did it. Granted, they did it well. But yeah, it was very, very cool. Very cool to see. Ollie, I don't know what the clip was. Don't know what the clip. You're gonna have to give me more context than that. Rugby League makes us all happy, so I'm being nice to you. You know what? That actually does make a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense. It makes me pretty happy as well, most of the time. Unless when the Roosters lose. Then it makes me a bit sad. But still a little bit happy. Because it's Rugby League at the end of the day. And we love it. We love it. For moments like this. Sorry, I just wanted to hear that. One more time. One for the road. Oh. I barely got to use that last year because David Fafita didn't play NRL, but I'll get to use it this year. That's good. No. This is a psyop now. This is a psyop. You guys are just saying it for the sake of saying it now. Surely. The thing is, I mean, this feels so wanky to say, but I'm so bad at taking praise. I particularly for the Leaguie stuff. I'm like, I just sit in my room and talk to a camera. So I get all weird about it. But thank you. I'm sorry. I don't want to feel like I'm ignoring your praise or anything. It's nice. Yeah, EB, exactly. See how the young 4-pack is moving. You can see why Keogh chose to sign with the Dargans. It's a pack that's going to be very scary when he comes in, and he's got a real opportunity to lead it, which should be exciting for a guy like him, you know? I can't read out all the messages. I can't. It's just going to sound like I'm glazing myself. I can't. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Cool, Ollie. Yeah. Let's see what K does in this second half. He has a bit of Ethan Strange in terms of the face. Not so much in terms of the build, but damn. Kid can play. Kid can play. Thank you, Richard. Yes, please do insult me to even it out. I need my ego to come down after all of this praise. What's all the butt kissing for? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even really have a working clock in this stream. But anyway. That's not true. I do now. Although, it does say 15 seconds into the first half, and I haven't kicked off on my screen. So, I'll tell you when the kickoff happens. Oh, bang! Tiger, why do you want to see the left in my room? Nah, not keen for you guys to figure out where I live this year. Not that you did last year. You certainly thought you did. Damn kickoff rule, says Papaya. This isn't the kickoff rule. This is a normal kickoff. Unless that's a troll, in which case, unreal troll. Unreal troll. Very funny. Did you get doxxed? Oh, no, not really. There wasn't much that was found out that I didn't, like, say. So, no, I didn't get doxxed. Are you selling green suits this year? Very unlikely. They are expensive. Oh, ball goes to ground. Picked up well, though, by DeCourcy. Sorry, McCarthy. He's done well there, the centre, picking it up and then making the tackle himself. Christian Tuipulotu looks leaner. He's had some poor ball handling errors, but I rate him highly. I think he's a cult hero there as well. You know, the people definitely love him. But with David Farley and Setu 2 having very good preseasons, his spot could be under threat. We'll see. I'm not reading the praise. I'm not reading the praise comments. Richard, I certainly should, though. I should monetize the support I have. See, if I was a more cynical creator, that's what I'd be doing. I'd start Leaguie coin. Okay, so interesting. Sharp is now playing fullback, so Fletcher Hunt presumably off the field. Sand is still playing in the halves, but who's playing in the halves alongside Sandal Smith? Okay, fine. See, Phantom, I'll read yours and only yours. Who is the League? To the blind, he is the light. To the hungry, he is bread. To the sick, he is medicine. To the sad, he is joy. To the poor, he is treasure. Thank you. I can tell how sincerely you meant it as well. That's the best part. That's the best part. Did someone, I think it was you, Richard, didn't you say, would you like me to insult you? And I was like, yes, please do insult me. Did you insult me? Did I just not see it? Would be keen to see the insult. Okay, so I'll take that from Sloan. The number 26 of the Newcastle Knights is out there on the field. That's Elijah Salesaleomoana. And I just like pronouncing that name. Salesaleomoana. Tiger says, Leaguie, you are short. See, insults are only good when they're, like, a little bit true. That's just not. So, Leaguie, you're an evil dictator who runs a dictatorship based on fascist and communist regimes. No, I said insult. I said insult. How old are your mods? Oh, yeah. No, if this is about using child labor, I definitely do. I've admitted to that before. By God. Jesus. If Anthony Albanese knew what I got up to, by God. Fair Work Commission will be all over that. Let me tell you. Cooper Knight says, Leaguie, I have big news. Go on then, Cooper. Go on. As long as you're not telling me who won the Formula 1. Like you did that one time, like a year ago. Leaguie, if you get 25k this year, will you get the Kafusi? If I get 25k this year and the Roosters hadn't won the title, then I will dye my hair green for them. Otherwise, yeah, maybe I'll get the Kafusi. All right, so, yeah, that was a great run there from McCarthy off the scrum. Newcastle have a full set on the attacking line here for St. George Illawarra. Thoughts on Blake Laurie? He's slimmed down this season, but he sort of needs to. He's been in and around first grade, and now he's set to be sort of surpassed by a lot of younger guys, so he has to. He has to. Who's your oldest mod? I don't know. I honestly, I don't ask their ages, really, so... Probably Dean. Is he a mod on this, I think? Sanders Smith goes the short ball that is rolled forward. He has been poor in some very key moments. Sanders Smith. I will be honest. I know the benefit of hindsight's a big thing, but even as he had the ball there, I thought, out the back, go to the center. Go to the center. They'd already got David Farley in tackling the back rower. They score there if he doesn't go short, and instead, he went short and went forward. Yeah, that's rough. How does one become a Leaguie mod? They don't really until the... Well, look, okay, you know what? Here's what I will say. Given how popular today's stream was, if that continues for the rest of the year, I will probably add more mods. But anyway, as you can see on the screen, the spanners indicate I'm mod chatting. My mods are the ones who do chat anyway, so I probably don't need that many more. So... Cooper says, I'm back, I'm unbanned now. Were you banned from YouTube? Leaguie bro, you can't even make tackles? Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. And I'm actually, like, not really even in better shape for this charity match than I was for the last one. I was so set on doing it, but I've barely had time to go to the gym at all, so. My boy Cade Reed has unfortunately knocked that one on. The first error in an otherwise flawless game from him. Here's what I will say. What we are... How long are we into this stream? 3 hours, 18 minutes. I, throughout the entire off-season, have done, like, 2-hour-long gaming streams. And I am feeling it. I am feeling it. We are 1.5 games into this stream. I will probably be doing... Well, in fact, certainly be doing multiple 3-game streams this year. They're horrible. They're actually so horrible. By the end of it, I'm just barely even thinking. But this is good practice, I suppose, to me. Sharp, I mean, for want of a better term, is looking very sharp. When he gets the ball, he's bouncing around everywhere. Yeah, Cooper, won't be banning you. That's all good. It's all good. Ooh. Nice bit of music there. I wasn't quite ready for that. Wrath of Pablo. That's an unreal name. Thank you for subscribing, bro. Wrath of Pablo is brilliant. All right. On the fourth here, Matt Arthur is in a dummy half. Now, Gamble gets it across to find Wilson DeCourcy. Oh, intercepted. Oh, it is. It is. How on earth has he not dropped that Fione? That's brilliant work. That's brilliant work. So it's Gamble who's in the halves with Sanders Smith. That's unreal there. Wow. Nrl says, I'll train you up for the match. The match that's in a couple weeks. Galaxy Plays subscribed as well. We're doing well for subscribers this stream. My God. By God. I want to see how many subscribers we're up to on YouTube. 10,756. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Leaguie should do what Max said. Was it the... I saw he said something about dinner. I didn't get a chance to read the full message though. Oh, how about one day you have a dinner with all the mods at your house? Maybe. Maybe. All right, Sloan sets away from 1, sets away from 2, and now 3. Okay, he's going good. Sets away from 4, still got it. Oh, he has to surrender there, surely. Hey, it's just... They can't tackle him. They sent me a punch on. Cooper, I do not know Superstocks. Please don't, because he sent a few messages in just caps. Please don't, otherwise, you know, everyone will. 6 more, Cade Reed, back into the middle. Josh Kerr, surely he scores. He does. Josh Kerr scores, and the Dragons are back in the lead of this game. Try assist from Reed. That is yet another number to add to the stat padding that he's done so far in this game. Brilliant work from him. 16 points to 12, and I do not have the Dragons soundbite, but he's a, you know what? He's a veteran player. I'll throw up this one.
Well, age shall not weary them.
Nor the years condemn. Yes, actually not that old. He's 29. Still, you know, veteranish. Cooper, you will not be banned again. Don't worry. I mean, you know, provided you do something absolutely outrageous. Tiger says I'd unironically fly down for that. Do you have the money to afford to fly down for that, Tiger Walker? Let's see what your parents think, is what I'm saying about flying down to have dinner at a YouTuber's house. Okay, here we go. Leaguie, do you press the button? 1 billion instantly, but you never get to touch the Richard Matthews head. 1 billion what? 1 billion pineapples? 1 billion watermelons? 1 billion Cade Reed headgears? I would do, although that's one of the most generationally bad goal kicks I've ever seen in my life. Probably actually the worst. Should retire immediately. That gets rid of all the good that he's done in this game, actually, in my opinion. So, who's your favorite music artist, Leaguie? The Beatles. The Beatles. By quite a big margin, actually. Followed by Oasis, Elton John, Billy Joel. And then there's a bit of a gap to anybody else, really. Yeah, I would probably do it at a pub, actually. I'd probably do it at a pub. But anyway, I'd do it at like a big milestone or something. 1 billion Cooper Croc body pillows? How do I store them, though? You gotta think about the logistics, bro. Because that would take a lot of warehousing, which would then be very expensive. And I would then be out a lot of money, although I would yet to touch the Richard Matthews head. But that sounds expensive. Store the pillows in Tasmania. Who's going to complain? Good point. Good point. Wait, but then I'd have to be in Tasmania to use them. And I would never unironically be in Tasmania. Music's too loud. All good, Cooper. See you later. Yeah, go on, Dean. Calm down. Calm down. That's all right. We'll have like a, 1 a.m. dinner. Let's chill. So it's interesting that they've moved Sharp to fullback. That definitely does say that Sandon is being preferred at the halfback position. But Sandon Smith will have wanted to... He'll be disappointed with, I think, his performance in this game. Still a long way to go. Still got half an hour left to play. But I think that, as I said, there's been some very key moments where he has not delivered. So here we go. $10,000... But Nathan Cleary joins the Roosters and wins 14 premierships. Australian dollars? Just gotta check. Just gotta check. I know, Lendog, the Creator Awards will happen. Oh, so we've got a player down here. It is Fagalilo. Yeah, the Creator Awards will be held in person this year. I have nothing to do with the planning, but the people who... spoke about it are like adamant that it will be in person. So Zimbabwean? Okay, then absolutely I'd take it. Australian, no, because I wouldn't want to contribute to the inflation of the economy. Will it be held in Sydney? The Creator Awards, yeah, almost certainly. But I don't know if it'll be a public event. It might be. I'm not part of the organising for it. But yeah. The Rugby League Creator Awards. It is a cool idea. And we won Breakout Creator of the Year. We were on Roosters Creator of the Year, despite not being a Roosters Creator. Didn't win YouTuber of the Year, though. Bloke at a Bar got that. Which, other YouTubers. I'd say they're podcasters. I'd say I'm a YouTuber. But, you know, it's popularity. And I then went on Bloke in a Bar later that week and became part of their stable. So, yeah, I had to go and take part of that award. Shino says, I'd be shocked if KP plays anything other than the slots in Vegas. What, you think he's not going to make the 17 for Newcastle? That's a killer answer. That's a killer answer. That's actually hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Obviously because of the first 3 letters of it. Oh, that's brilliant. Doing legal studies this year. Give me tips, please, funny lawyer man. Focus more about the principle of the law than the law itself. Think about kind of the way that the law works rather than actually memorizing the laws. That's a lot more important. Then again, I never actually did legal studies. I've just done law at uni. Category 1 for Fagalilu. It does sound like a derogatory term, I will say. I wonder where the heritage of that name is from, though. I don't think it'd have a Wikipedia page. Is it Italian? I mean, it kind of sounds Italian, but it sounds like it could be a lot of different things. Watch Better Call Saul or you'll be fine. I've actually never seen that. I've watched Breaking Bad. I do want to watch Better Call Saul, though, and I have watched Suits. On the 4th, 6 more. Okay, Dragons looking very good here. If they can get another try, it'll be a long way back for Newcastle. And they're looking likely here, I will say that. They are looking very, 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 very good. Tips for people wanting to stream? Use OBS. Halangahu with the run. He's a smaller forward, but God is explosive. He's so explosive. He could be a center, in my opinion. Finau, pass very, very deep out the back. They were set deep, though. Short ball and O'Neill has passed poorly there. I think it's Dylan Coots, yes. Who knocked that ball on. Error in communication there. Coots was not expecting the ball. Do you have a single viewer older than you, sir? I have a lot of viewers older than me. Yeah, definitely. Not so much on the live streams, though, because I think actual grown adults have better things to do with their time. Oh my god, I just saw Michael Ennis. Michael Ennis is in the coach's box. That wasn't actually me doing the soundbite. That's just part of the song that's playing. How is Tyson Gamble still with the Knights? Willie Mason's completely right about him. He's good depth. As far as backup 5'8's go in the Premiership is, I think, one of the better ones, in my opinion. So, see, Phantom, yeah, other than eat hummus, I would say watch as much of CoffeeZilla as you can. It helps you be an adult because you'll be like, ah, yes, finance. When you're at, like, dinner parties and stuff, drinking wine and eating hors d'oeuvres, you can be like, well, I remember reading about the FTC, the FTX scam. I'm so glad the clock is working. I don't know why it wasn't working before, but anyway. I choose to blame Nrl.com. Okay. On the first hit, run from, I think that's Sorjanis? Salgranis? It's, hang on. No, that's the wrong page. I meant to go on this one. Sogranis? I back it. Sogranis, that's what we're going to go with. Dean says FTC won't let me be, or let me be me, so let me see. They're trying to shut me down on MTV. But I feel so empty without me. I might get copyright claim because that sounds too much like the actual song, since I have bars. Thoughts on white rappers? Well, there we go. Yeah, those are my thoughts on white rappers. Just admit you're an unk who can't use tech. I have, cat, a monitor that's on split view there, a laptop there, an iPad in front of me, and a phone that's a camera that I'm talking into. I feel technological as hell right now. As hell. Yeah, Lane Dog, do you know what? I look forward to it. I actually do look forward to it. That'd be cool. Uncanny getting copyrighted. That's not necessary. That's just not necessary to say. As far as things that you could say and more importantly things that you didn't have to say go, that's definitely in the latter category, so to speak. Have not heard anything by Tom McDonald. No. All right, 21 and a half minutes left to go in this game. It's been a good contest. Like, honestly, I mean, I think the standard, let's say after the 20-minute mark, if you told me it's an NRL game, I wouldn't be that surprised. I'd be like, yeah, no, I see it. Kick in from O'Neal. GTA 5 reference. Knocked back there by the Dragons. Caught there eventually, but they will just die with it. They will die with it. So, who's the youngest and oldest person you've been approached by that recognizes you from YouTube? Oldest? I don't know. Maybe Lancaster. Used to be in the live streams a lot. He did it at a Cowboys game against Penrith. I think he's a couple years older than me. But youngest was definitely at Canberra Raiders game versus Cronulla in the final series. I'm recording during halftime like a little, short about my halftime thoughts. And this little kid who must be like 4 years old goes, oh, YouTuber! And his mum doesn't know what to do, and I just kind of smiled and I keep recording. And eventually, like, the kid comes over to me and says, are you the YouTuber? And I'm like, yes! Yes, I am the YouTuber, sir. And then I picked him up and punted him, like, over the fence at GIO Stadium. Never heard from him again. Alright, so 20 minutes to go in this one. Newcastle up on the... I couldn't stick the landing! Oh, I needed a full sentence of just, like, plain commentary after that. That would have been so good. No, okay. To be clear, that story did happen. 100% happened, except for the last bit. But it did actually happen. It did happen. His mum did not really know what to do, and I didn't know what to do, because I'm like, your son knows me, you evidently don't know me, But anyway, yeah. There we go, Richard. I'm glad that was an outlier for you. All right. One of the Knights players is a bit worse for wear here, and we get a blow-off penalty. It's for the Dragons, but it was one of the Knights. I think it was Thomas Cant was a bit down in back play. Clipped. Yeah, to be fair, that does deserve to be clipped. That one does deserve to be clipped. That'll make the Leaguie rewind at the end of the year. That's for sure. NRI Head says, I drank a glass of water and it came right out of my mouth. I only decided that was a split moment decision that I was like, oh yeah, this would be way funnier if I said I punted the child. Getting my 4-year-old to unsub right now. You have a 4-year-old, Richard? Damn. All right. That looked like a tackle off the ball. The ball comes free again, right up in the air, now down. It can't be play on. It's not play on. Knock on Newcastle. Sorry, knock on Sir George Illawarra. Knock on Sir George Illawarra. The clock. Oh, it had stopped for a bit. It's okay now. It's okay. Here we go. Sea Phantom says, I can confirm what you're saying. First time I met you, you grabbed me by the head, threw me through a window, jumped through, and stomped my head into a pulp all over the floor. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? You're going to have to be way more specific, dude. Way more specific than that. Leaguie, do you plan to join the UFC this year? I mean, now that Volkanovski's got his win, I don't know, I feel like nationally we're okay. Don't feel that I need to do that for my country anymore. Also, wouldn't be fair on the rest of the UFC fighters to have to face me. So probably not. Probably not. No, smart guy, I don't think it's your fault. I don't think it's your fault. I think it's the clock on NRL.com that's pausing. Because I'm looking at it in real time, so it's not your clock's fault. Would you fight in the UFC for Mauritius? Yeah. No, that I would for sure, actually. That I would. But I'm not a Mauritian citizen yet. I'm trying to get one. Get citizenship. They don't want me. They don't want me, chat. Nice little kick over the top there. Chase hard there by Newcastle. They'll force a drop out here, surely. Yes, they will. Game management is going good here for Newcastle. This is an entertaining game. It really is. We're going to have a good finish here, I reckon. A very good finish. Are you going to get a Bondi Burger after stream? My brother in Christ, it's 9 p.m. I am nearly certain that the one at Porto that's in Canberra City is not going to be open. NRL Header said Retro is... Oh, Retro Rugby League is here. He is here. I was like, I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it. Retro says, I joined the stream at the wrong time. Now I'm too scared to play in the charity match after the UFC thing. Fair enough. No, that's what my streams are like, Retro. Absolute chatting honk. You should... If you rewind about 5 minutes, you'll hear a long-winded joke about me punting a child. So, that's what it's like. Nah, you were sure on the go-enders, though, still. You were sure on the go-enders. Anyway, 15 minutes left to go in this game. On the second here, the Newcastle number 24 in backplay there. It's Matthew Hunter was fuming at something. He was barking orders. Anyway, we are at the stage of the game where we've got a lot of the younger guys, the non-first graders, playing. But still, it's going to give us a brilliant finish. 6 more. Okay, so this is one of the better attacking chances that Newcastle have had. If they can get through the set, surely they get points. Surely they get points. Thomas Cant celebrating this. Yeah, Peter Goff is giving it. What is it with Newcastle and their tries this game? We said that they shitposted the other one, and that's a shitpost in its own right. I need to replace the soundbite. It just doesn't fit the vibe. It just doesn't fit the vibe. Look at it. He just lurched forward. I didn't see how this ball's got to ground, to be honest, though. Oh, yeah, no, maybe. They lift him up very quickly, but we'll get a good look of it. Yeah, I think he's got there. I think, given that it's been given as a try as well, I think there's not enough to turn it off. Sorry, not turn it off, overturn it. That's what I'm looking for. Ah. Oh, of course, Reckless Ollie, of course. Yeah, this has been a great stream. It's been a great stream. Thank you all for being here. So many of you. I didn't think that we'd get much in the preseason, but we're going to be doing these all year, and I think they're going to be even bigger towards the back end of the season, so it's going to be great. Thomas Can. You know what? I think he might actually be a goal kicker because he's got on his kicker tee there the word Can, which is, fun fact, his name. Not many people know that, but it is his name. Thomas Can. Nah, bro, he can't. Oh, exactly that. Couldn't have said it better myself. Can't keep at it, it says, yeah. I mean, scores level, surely he gets this. Surely he gets this. Bang. Newcastle lead by 2.
Long live the Newcastle Knights. Long live the Newcastle Knights.
What's the other Knights song? There's another Knights song. I like that Knights song, but it doesn't fit the vibe of this stream very well. What's the other one? Leaguie, how did you plan to review your team at 10k? I didn't really have a plan, and if I did, it would pretty much have just been the way that I did it in that video. So, do the team song. Yeah, I forget which, like, how the team song goes. That's a good song. It just doesn't quite fit the vibe, you know. There's another one though. Ollie is given the other note song. Let's see if they're lying to me. No, okay. I'll play the Knights theme song until I remember what it is. Jesus, that is the opposite vibe. I don't think that this is the one I've heard. Jesus. Or is it the one I know? Oh yeah, no, it is. It is. Leaguie, did you forget how to do watch-along streams? I don't think so. I think this one's gone pretty good. If you have a complaint, please do submit it to the leaguie@gmail.com. No, don't. Just tell me. Just tell me. This is the music the Leaguie unironically listens to. A little bit. Although, long live the Newcastle Knights would also be, so... It does sound like an AI tune, actually. It's a good point. It does. As far as that song, I would say this.
On the verge of mucking it up again.
Oh, I thought it had Newcastle at the start of that clip. On the verge of mucking it up again. Oh, I want to hear that again.
On the verge of mucking it up again.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Penalty, Dragons here, and it'll be awarded from where the ball bounced. Let's see if this is an NRL game and they're looking to win it, they'd kick for 2 here every day of the week. Excuse me, and twice on Tuesdays. But I think because it's a trial, they'll probably go for the try. Yeah, Cooked Footy, it is. It is. For preseason games, these have been very solid games. I think this one in particular has. The other one, I mean, yeah, as I say, it was good in the last, 15 minutes or so, but this has been a much higher standard, I think, game than the other one. Whose penalty? It was Dragons' penalty. So they've now got a full attacking set on the Newcastle line. They're looking likely here. Finau at a dummy half. There's space out there now. Rushing defense there from Hunt. It might have come forward to Fletcher Hunt. It hasn't. It hasn't. So that was brilliant work from Fletcher Hunt to rush up in defense. I thought for sure he must have contacted the ball because the passes did not stick after it had passed him. But damn. Forget the Telstra Premiership. Let's do this all year. I mean, in my opinion, the NRL Telstra Premiership is more of a postseason to the Witzer Preseason Challenge. I think this is the real competition, personally. But that's just me. Thoughts on Rugby League ticket prices in the Big 26? Way too high. It's one thing AFL does a lot better than us. Some of the prices that I've seen for these trial games have been atrocious. We should be letting people in for free for trials, almost. I get we need to make a little bit of money, right? But we should be giving everyone every reason possible to get to footy. And clearly, this is a doubleheader on a Saturday and barely anyone's really at the ground. I think a big part of it is that they didn't want to pay $50 to see trials, even when you see interceptions like that. Goodbye.
Goodbye!
2 intercept tries for the Dragons in this game, and they get the lead again in this one. I'm disappointed, though. That's back-to-back times now that Dan Ganane has failed to say goodbye. Nrl Head, was that a prize for this game, or is that a recommendation? If that's a prize for this game, I stand 100% corrected. I stand absolutely corrected if that's a prize for this game. But I've heard for the Leichhardt trial, I heard some pretty egregious prices. Yeah, I can't agree that Rugby League games should go for 90 minutes. I think in terms of fatigue and stuff, we shouldn't be adding to it. Should go for 80 minutes. $15 for a junior at the Concord game, according to Ticket Tech. Okay, admittedly, that is a little bit less than I thought, and it might be less than the Tigers have done for their game. Pick 6, NFL term, but yes, that is a pick 6. But still, okay, $15 for a junior. Let's say you're a... That's a poor miss. Let's say you're a mum and dad who want to take your 2 kids. Very solid nuclear family, let's say median style, right? $15 for your kids, so it's $30 each. How much is it for an adult? If it's $15 for a junior, I'd say it's $30 for an adult. So then you've got $30 for the mom, $30 for the dad. That's $90. I guess it's okay. But for a trial game for the family, there's a lot of working people, and this is a working class game, who can't afford just to lay off $100 to take your kids out to the footy. Oh, Hasman, I think Safidi Brothers is a bit higher standard. Maybe Cleary Brothers, Panthers and Warriors. Richard, I haven't really heard about that as a specific part of their mindset over in England, but it could well be. Could be. Dean says, can I take you and 2 lucky subscribers and it could be a family fag? Yes, Dean, you are already my sugar daddy. Why don't we just make it official? Why don't we make it official? Are you familiar with the Windsor Wolves? I am familiar with the Windsor Wolves. I've heard of them. Okay, yeah, cool, buddy. I will look at it later. Do you have any updates on Eli Katoa? No, I don't know anything more than the general public know on that, unfortunately. But I have heard he's writing, which is amazing, given the time frames that initially came out. So that's actually very cool. Your great uncle was in the Windsor Wolves team of the century. That's rugby league royalty there. Anyway, I'm going to focus on this game for the next few minutes because we've got inside 8 minutes to go in this one, and it's a 2-point game. Cheeky, I'd just say cheeky Thomas Kent 2-point field goal. Who says he can? Who says he can? Forward play from Newcastle. That's not going to help them. That is not going to help them. Harrison Graham, that's a poor error at an important time. Still, though, look, there's a bit left to go, but I wanted to see more from Sanders Smith in this game. Is he still on the field? He might not be on the field anymore, actually. I'm not sure he is. They're not clocking interchanges in Nrl.com, so I don't know from that. No idea what you're talking about, Lendor. I don't think Sanders is still out there, so I think he's done for today. Which, yeah, he'll be disappointed with his contribution. It was okay in some moments, but a number of key errors. So 2026 spoonball. You reckon that's what this will be? I'd have Newcastle finishing above Gold Coast probably, but Dragons are a good chance. I think Manly could well be down there as well. All right, on the third here. If Dragon's going to try here, that's probably all she wrote. Lovely work there from Buchanan. That was actually beautiful stuff there from Hayden. His photo looks a bit like Adrian Brimson. Got a bit of big bro about him. Manly spoon, Seabold sacked. I could see it, even though they've never won a spoon in their history. Kick in behind is very, very well weighted, and they do have to play at it there. It's Sasaya Latu. Eventually, Cade Reed. That's his name, right? Cade Reed, yeah. I thought it was Reed Cade. When you got 2 first names, it's confusing. It's confusing. Cade Reed managed that very, very well, though. Diddy was quoted saying that he thoroughly enjoys Seeky games, but not the Leaguie. Say thoughts? Look, I understand the opinion. Must just be a big fan of Batman Arkham. Okay, on the first. Full set here, 5.5 minutes to go. I kind of feel like, even just from a field position perspective, Dragons should be able to manage this one home, although it is only 2 points. They're doing it well, though. Richard, don't worry, it's the first of many this year. Very, very many. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, that was begging to be intercepted. Sloan on the wing. He won't go for it. Jeez, that was... I mean, I admire Cade Reed going for it, but that was begging to be intercepted. Absolutely begging to be intercepted. On the fourth, across. They're threatening to go across field. Blake Laurie there eventually will take the tackle. One more to go here. Inside 5 minutes left. Reed will not get the ball. Instead goes to King Tongia. Kick in behind. Ball's free. They're claiming a try. I think it's Hayden Buchanan. It is Hayden Buchanan. We're going to have a look. Referee Peter Goff has no try. But of course, Of course, we'll have a look. I didn't see it, but he seems very confident here, Hayden Buchanan of the St. George Illawarra Dragons. It cleared everyone. Fletcher Hunt did not ground it initially. Richard Matthews, asking, have you ever met Richard Matthews? I met someone who afterwards I remember thinking, oh, that was Richard Matthews. But now I'm not that confident that it was Richard Matthews. Did I meet you at the Pacific Championships final? I met someone. I don't know if it was you or not. Let's see. Try. I'm giving it. That's the game. And the Congra faithful love it. Love it. Where's the he's the greatest, he's the best. Give me that soundbite. Why can't I see it? I don't know if I have that soundbite anymore. I thought I had he's the greatest, he's the best. Anyway, whatever. I'll go with this one.
Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
Good boy.
Good boy.
Good boy. Good boy, Hayden Buchanan. Love that. Not a bad margin for the Knights. I thought the Knights would win this, so I think it is actually a bit of a bad margin for the Knights. Yeah. What did the person look like? I imagine you met many at the Pacific Championships. I can't really remember specific details. It was during South Africa versus Cook Islands, I'm pretty sure. Leaguie, are you going to stay after the game? You know, I was actually considering going into Batman Arkham after this, but I have too much to do in the room, unfortunately. Cade Reed has been cooking. Cade Reed has been cooking. He's been going mad. And he's got a kick here to put it beyond... Oh, he will not put it beyond the Knights. Still 6 points the margin. It's not really... I mean, it's a bit of a miracle, but it's only one try. They might go short. Could well be a Knights comeback here. We'll see. Game is not over. Richard, it was 2019 Origin. The final try of Blake Ferguson. Oh, they've kicked it out on the floor. That's terrible. Yeah, it was when Blake Ferguson was staying in the field of play. That has etched into my mind. Absolutely etched into my mind. Here we go. Donald Trump was quoted yesterday saying he misses Leaguie cast would reduce tariffs for it to come back, much to the disdain of everyone in the Leaguie community. Yeah, well, that's why it's not coming back. Pretty much. Leaguie, do you steal content from Aussie NRL updates? No. Actually, you know what? In that one video I did. It's a good point. In that one video I did. But, no, not generally. Oh, we got a shot of some underpants there. Love that from Liking King Tonga. Good stuff. I Talk Sports official saying ready for another season of the Roosters being pooped. Maybe you should stop talking sports, bro. Just saying. Just put it out there. Oh, I don't know if someone's got this. They've given it a try. Look, I would say I'm 60% sure he's got this. But I want to look at his foot on the touchline. I want to look at his foot. He didn't do the James Schiller front flip, is all I can say. He didn't want to shitpost the try. He didn't want to shitpost it. Richard, I do not own England gear, but if I did own England gear, then yes, I would show up in England gear. I think he's got it. The foot comes down close to the line. Oh, no, it's fine. Try confirm. Pookie, thoughts on the Leaguie cast being deleted by YouTube? It was not deleted by YouTube. It's not deleted. As far as I'm aware, unless you got something to tell me. Do you steal content from Charlie Kirk? No. I also do not carry the flame. At all. Alright, well that is certainly the game. That is certainly the game. No more miracle. Good on the Dragons, man. They did very, very well to win this. That's exciting stuff for them. Cade Reed, that's the story. That is the story. Still not got that one though. Close, but no. Tiger, I don't have the login for that. Don't have the login. Richard, I do not know the ski jump controversy. No. Thoughts on the new NRL rules? I don't really mind them. I think the bench one is fine. It's different. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. The 60 games out of the 20 instead of the 40, I don't think that'll be a good change. But again, I'm not really going to react to them until they happen. Excuse me. It's an unorthodox way to keep a kickoff in the field of play, but anyway, all right. 10 points the margin. Have fun at Seaford Oval, my dear friend Dylan. Thank you, Richard. I will have fun at Seaford Oval, I'm sure. So played there. Reed now hitting it up. Is it Reed? No, I don't think it is. He's got headgear like Reed. No. It was Charles Heidke. But yeah, in a game where I think one halfback, Heseda Smith, came into it very much looking to cement his spot in first grade, and the other, Cade Reed, came in as a no one, as he chips for himself. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Oh, they're going to get another one. Oh, no, the pass was out behind Heidke. Yeah, I think Cade Reed has looked like the NRL halfback. That's all I can say. That's beautiful work, but King Tongia... Yeah, you know what? It wasn't so much the pass so much. I think that should have been taken there by Heidke. I think that should have been taken. Are you doing a live stream on Thursday? I don't know. I do have a team bonding event on Thursday. But I need to look at the time frame for that. Oh, they're showing Ennis on screen.
Fafita. Oh, Fafita. I can't believe it.
Alrighty. That was fun. I quite enjoyed that. The second game in particular, I think, was very, very good. Dragons get the win. Guess I better play the Dragons. So, guess I better play the Dragons. Team bonding is crazy. Isn't your job a YouTuber? One of my jobs. This year, I actually do. I do have a kind of job. I'm a senior residential mentor in my accommodation. No, Dragon song sucks. Well, 2-1. 2-1? Too bad. They won. So you have to listen to it. Well, I will say this. Thank you all for being here. That was a lot of fun. I really, really enjoyed that. More to come. Way more to come this year. It's exciting times. It's very exciting times. But in the meantime, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for hanging out. And I will talk to you all later. Bye.
We are the St. George boys. We've had a game today. We are the boys you know of. Can show them how to play. No matter where you be, the red and white you'll see. Now aren't we a wonderful credit to our locality? We are the St. George boys. We've had a game today. We are the boys you know of. Can and show